that means you're on. And then
Test, 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 test.
Loud and clear.
thinking. All right. First up, I want to thank my staff. I want to thank Casey. I want to thank Tracy. Running around real quickly this morning. We've had a few issues that have come up, and they've been quick to figure them out. And so the fact that we're starting at 9 o'clock is due to them, and so I want to thank them first very much. So thank you guys. Haven't done this for Casey. Are we all set without anything? All right. Tracy, you set? All righty. All right, we're going to record with proceeding number 24F-0470T, Larimer Emergency Telephone Authority versus Quest Corporation doing business as CenturyLink QC. I'll start with appearances and I'll start with complaints. All right, good morning, both of you. Okay. Good morning. Let's go back again, 1 second. Yes. Okay, that wasn't big stuff though, so I'm not.
I thought they were perpetually on, forgive me. Jeff Steese on behalf of Quest, doing business at CenturyLink QC. With us is a corporate representative, Mr. Tim Kunkel.
Good morning to you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Richard Corbetta, also appearing on behalf of Century.
And Mr. Steese, I apologize that you come all the way from Arizona, and we have to give you 100-degree weather today.
So, Your Honor, I lived here 25 years, and I spend my summers here, so I just drove down the street. It was perfect.
All
Thank
right.
you, though.
Yeah.
You guys are gonna stand up. You're gonna have to, you have to walk into this, so what's your title?
Thank you for letting me know.
Your Honor, do you want me to re-enter? My parents, so everyone on the webcast can know who we are.
Sure, I was gonna say they're all wondering. They saw a person with no voice talking.
Yeah.
So sure, tell them who you are.
Everyone on the webcast, I'm Ben Larson with the law firm of Ireland, Stapleton, Pryor, and Pasco. Go ahead, Tracy.
I'm Tracy Oldemeyer from the same law firm, also appearing on behalf of Larimer Emergency Telephone Authority. And with us is a corporate representative.
I'm Kimberly Culp, Chief Executive Officer with Larimer Emergency Telephone Authority.
All right. Good morning once again. And I apologize again. I haven't done an in-person hearing since 2019, so some of the things are a little bit rougher here. So if things go a little haywire occasionally, I apologize for that. But we will get it done. First thing, let's see if there's any preliminary matters that the parties have. Do we have any stipulations to the admission of exhibits?
Yes, Your Honor. There are just a few things that we wanted to walk through. The first thing is we wanted to offer certain testimony for witnesses where there's been no indication that either CenturyLink or the court has a need to cross-examine those witnesses, and those are hearing exhibits 104 and 105, with 104 being the testimony of Undersheriff Joseph Shellhammer, and number 105 being the testimony of Loveland Fire Rescue Authority Chief Tim Sendelbach.
I'm sure there's no objection to those being admitted.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, and that's 104 and 105 shall be admitted, and as I mentioned in my email, please thank both gentlemen for their testimony, and we really do appreciate that.
Yes, Your Honor, absolutely.
Is there any stipulation to the admission of any of the other testimonial exhibits?
Yes, Your Honor. We conferred just briefly before the hearing, and it's my understanding that both sides are going to be stipulating to the admissibility and admission of essentially all the exhibits. And Mr. Steese, I don't want to misstate anything, but I think I had a look at the additional ones that you provided, starting with 203, and I don't think there's going to be any, dispute as to the admissibility of those exhibits.
Your Honor, thank you, counsel. So that means all of the 200s are stipulated into evidence, Your Honor. With respect to the 100s, the only exhibit that we have an objection to is Exhibit 111. It also has a 111C. It's the summary exhibit. We understand that that exhibit will be presented through Ms. Culp, and so I thought we would address that just before her testimony, but if you prefer, we can do that now, whichever is your preference.
No, it's fine. If we got some stipulations now, I'd like to get them, but if we want to have argument about that one, we can do that later. That's fine. Thank you, Your Honor. So that means that all 100 exhibits, except for 111 and 111C, are admitted, and all 200 exhibits are admitted. The spreadsheet that was given to both parties, containing all the exhibits, is there any objection to that being admitted as well?
No, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, there are 3 additional 100 exhibits that were just sent to opposing counsel last week, and I want to make sure that those are in the record and will be admitted. They're numbers 112, 113, 114. They've been uploaded to Box.com.
And there's no objection to their...
That was part of the 100s, but I don't object, Your Honor.
That's what I thought, but make sure. Okay, so just so there's clarity on that, 112, 113, and 114 are amongst the 100 exhibits that are admitted. I do not believe I have anything further. Is there anything further from the parties?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Lita, then you may call your first witness.
Yeah. Sorry, Your Honor. Good morning. We're going to call Jeff Grant to the stand.
Mr. Grant, if you'd raise your right hand for me. Swear or affirm, tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth on a penalty of perjury. All right, have a seat. And I'm going to tell you real quickly before Casey yells at me, grab the microphone down, make sure it's got its button lit, and speak slowly for my court reporter and clearly.
Can you hear me okay? Thank you.
Go right ahead, sir.
Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell it for the record, sir?
My name is Jeff Grant, Jeffgrant.
Could you tell us who your employer is, Mr. Grant?
Platte River Power Authority.
And what's your position with Platte River?
I am the manager of telecom and fiber.
Okay, and sometimes we'll be referring to Platte River as PRPA. Do you understand what I'm talking about?
Yes.
And what's your current business address with PRPA?
Our current business address is 2000 East Horsetooth Road, Fort Collins, Colorado, 80525.
Mr. Grant, in that the black binder that's there, I want you to find hearing exhibit 100. Let me know when you get there.
Which page of hearing exhibit 100?
I just want you to turn to the first page, sir. And this is a copy of your written direct testimony, correct?
That's correct.
And did you have any additional corrections to make to that testimony other than the one that was already made as part of the revised testimony that was submitted to the commission?
I do not.
All right, and Your Honor, I'm not going to go through and offer these since they've all been stipulated. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. And
Turn them over for cross-examination.
yep. And exhibit 109 is your written rebuttal testimony, sir. If you flip to that. It may be in the second notebook since they're so voluminous.
Yeah, I think they are.
if you don't want to turn to it, basically I just want to understand whether you have any corrections to that rebuttal testimony.
I do not.
Okay. And at this time, Your Honor, I'm going to turn the witness over for cross-examination.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have one preliminary question before I begin.
Sure.
There are some materials in the record that are confidential. And how does Your Honor prefer that we manage the confidential aspects? Because there are little nits that might be going along the way, and I just want some guidance from Your Honor.
I mean, obviously, if you can try and get them all together at one time, that would be preferable. Before you ask any of those questions, please notify us. I have to tell Casey, and we'll go into a confidential session at that point. So, you know, if you can do everything without going to that, I understand the flow that you want to have, but,
Your Honor, here's the issue, and I know that Ms. Oldemeyer and I have had differences of view on this. We had a discussion, if you'll recall, during our scheduling conference about whether or not ads themselves are or are not confidential. We have treated them as such. They have put things in the record that we believe are confidential. And so what I've done is, this is a PRPA map. Purple path and the green path.
I'm going to put you towards the microphone again.
The purple path and the green path to make it simple for everyone to track instead of using, and there's some times where I will put some more on the record because of necessity, and I think I can do that, hopefully, without going into confidential session, but there might be moments here or there, and that I look and don't have a choice, and I'll let Your Honor know if that's acceptable.
Yeah, I mean, I think the paths, the actual geographical paths that are taken is what you're worried about, as opposed to quote unquote purple path, green path.
Exactly correct.
And I think you could probably fashion your questions in a way that just refers to them that way. And that's actually one thing we probably should do anyway. I think there's also tower path or something, or I forget some testimony. It's that one. If we can just keep with, for my court reporter and for the sake of the record, if it's purple and green, that's great.
Your Honor, the reason I ask this is hopefully I won't need to impeach with deposition. It might be possible that I do, and obviously in the deposition we were more precise with our language, and so if that's the case, I might supplant instead of the descriptions, purple and green, and we'll see how that goes. I'm just letting you know that it might be some instances where it's difficult to predict. We'll proceed and we'll see how it goes.
That's good. And just Mr. Larson, Ms. Oldemeyer, do you have, is purple and green a good way to go with you guys?
It is. At times, depending on the map, it might be green and blue. And so I agree with Mr. Steese that using our words, we'll do our best to be consistent when we're referring to, say, the Highway 3443 path. And we did communicate via email about words and terms that are already out in the public view and that are acceptable for use.
Okay. And so just purple and green, if we can keep that one. Green is also the 34 path, if I'm correct.
That is
and purple is it's Pole Road, Pole
Hill.
Yeah.
I'm going to refer to the color that is on this map there.
That's fine. That's fine. I think we're going over the same thing and trying to do the same thing. Perfect.
Can I just, speaking to sort of the logistics of confidentiality, if I could make maybe a suggestion, if we're talking about confidential exhibits generally, and those are not put up on for the public, would that be acceptable so that we don't have to move everyone out of the room every time we're speaking about confidential exhibits, generally speaking, because it's only pieces of those, certain pieces of those exhibits that might be confidential.
It would depend on the question.
Okay.
So the question, I mean, even though you don't put it on the screen, the question might elicit an answer to that. But again, try. I think you ought to be able to work it pretty well. I really do. I mean, as long as we're all in the same boat as to what, that was one of my worries, and I apologize for not at the start, is the fact that sometimes it's purple and green, sometimes it's 34 and pole path, and so as long as we're all in the same, as long as we know what we're talking about. I don't think the actual coordinate this is the key.
Okay, fair enough, Your Honor. I just wanted to make sure we're all on the same page before I begin.
Absolutely. Thank you, and I appreciate you doing that.
Good morning, Mr. Grant.
Morning.
All right, let's get everyone grounded here for a moment before we get into the details. PRPA leases two routes, CenturyLink, between Loveland and Park. True?
Correct.
And if you look at what I'm seeing here on map in front of you, by PR.
Correct.
And if you look at this map, one of those paths that is leased is the green path, all the way from Loveland all the way to the Estes Park Town Hall, correct?
Correct.
And the other one is a segment that goes on what is depicted on this particular exhibit as the purple path, the Highway 34 path, correct?
Correct. Also a full path, not just a segment.
I'm talking about it in the contract at the beginning. Go back to 2018, 19, 20. Are you with me?
Yes.
There was a segment that was leased between Drake and Glenhaven, correct?
Correct.
So, that path was somewhere between in here and these points, correct? That segment. That segment is somewhere along this purple path in these areas, correct?
Yes, between Drake and Glenhaven.
Thank you. Okay, so the purple route, the northern route, it runs along Highway 34 from Loveland to Drake, correct?
Correct.
And then it goes along County Road 34 from Drake to Glenhaven, correct?
Correct.
So only a portion of the purple route is actually along Highway 34, correct?
Well, the segment you were originally referring to was strictly from Drake to Glenhaven, which is on Highway 43.
But PRPA has a path, a full path, that goes from Loveland to Drake along this purple route, correct?
That is correct.
And only a portion of that route. And PRPA calls that the long haul 34 route, correct?
Yes, we do.
And that path, only a portion of it runs along Highway 34, correct?
It runs along Highway, well, define runs along Highway 34. It deviates from the actual highway due to terrain and the pole structure up to Drake.
But you can see right here, this pink path, you can see a 34 right there. That's Highway 34, correct?
Yes, it is.
And you do not have a path that runs along Highway 34 between Drake and Estes, correct?
Correct.
Stop it 1 second. If you want to walk around here, you can. I want to see too, Mr. Larson, just so you can see.
I think I know what he's referring to, but I will step around. Thank you, Honor.
Yeah, feel free. If at any point there's something you want to do, please feel free to jump up.
But it's confidential in part. Okay. So, PRPA and CenturyLink memorialized the paths that CenturyLink was leasing in a, quote, fiber use lease agreement, correct?
We provided a lease path for CenturyLink on that path, yes.
That was my question. My question was, CenturyLink and PRPA memorialized in a lease called a fiber use lease agreement, the segments that CenturyLink was leasing, correct?
Correct.
And if you turn to, and you can see in the white binder there, Exhibit 200, and it's Attachment 1, it's 200. Do do you see that is the fiber use lease agreement that was executed between PRPA and CenturyLink? And this is a confidential.
Goes from 33 to 202.
I'm sorry, sir? It's 200 tab 1. It should be the very beginning, 200 tab 1. Fine,
Okay,
sir.
I got it, yeah.
Do you recognize that as the fiber use lease agreement?
I recognize this as a fiber lease agreement dated 2014.
And the agreement defined the segments that CenturyLink was leasing from PRPA, correct?
At that time, yes.
And if you turn to page 41 of 42 of Exhibit 200, Attachment 1C,
Okay.
and you see on the bottom of that particular page, it shows the segment that CenturyLink leased from PRPA between Drake and Glenhaven, correct?
Yes.
And if you turn the page to page 42 of 42, it shows the entire segment it leases along what we're Green Path southern route, correct?
Correct.
And you were aware when you were working at PRPA before the Alexander Mountain Fire happened that CenturyLink was leasing these two segments, these two paths from PRPA, correct?
Yes.
And among other things, you knew that CenturyLink used these fibers at least in part for 911 calls.
I was aware that they were potentially used for that, yes.
And you know the importance of having diverse circuits to support 911 calls, correct?
I understand the importance for diversity for any connectivity,
In particular for 911, correct?
any service.
All right, so now let's talk about PRPA, just to help the judge understand. PRPA is both an electric company and a provider of fiber optics.
Correct.
And PRPA is owned by 4 communities: Estes Park, Longmont, Loveland, and Fort Collins.
True.
And from a fiber perspective, PRPA has rings around its 4 towns and long haul that connects the two.
Yes.
And as a manager of telecom and fiber with PRPA, you oversee the fiber for the company. True?
Yes.
And one responsibility you have as the person overseeing fiber optics for PRPA is working with your owner communities in both executive meetings and technical. True?
Correct.
And when a project could impact one of PRPA's communities, you inform them of the potential impact. True?
Yes, I do.
And that means if you have coordinate changes, maintenance, outages, and work that needs to be done on one of the routes, you raise those issues with your communities, right?
I do if it impacts the owner communities.
And again, you use these technical meetings and executive meetings as the vehicle by which to inform.
Yes. A vehicle, not the only vehicle.
Fair enough. Sorry about that. All right. So, put yourself now back in time. It's February of 2023. Are you with me?
Yes.
All right. And you were aware that a big issue in this case is that PRPA worked with CenturyLink on February 27, 2023, to install a temporary path ran along the entire length of what is depicted in this document as the purple path, correct?
We informed CenturyLink that that path needed to be used to replace the green path.
And so you worked with them to move fiber off of the green path onto the purple path.
That's correct.
And now, instead of the green path being connected, there was a segment again between Drake and Glen Haven on the purple path. True?
That segment was not part of the scope of that work or communications in February.
I'm just saying after February.
Nothing changed with that segment.
Thank you. And then there was now a full path along the purple path all the way from Loveland to Estes, correct?
There was.
Thank you. And that path, was in place all the way from February 27, 2023 to July 31, 2024.
Correct.
And for this 17 months, again, CenturyLink still had 2 fiber strands it was leasing. The entire purple path and a segment along the purple path, correct?
They were leasing 4 strands.
4 strands, fair enough. 2 along the purple path the entire way and 2 between Drake and Glen Haven, also on the purple path, correct?
No.
What's wrong?
They were leasing 4 strands of long-haul cable and strands on the Drake to Glen Haven that were independent of the 4 strands on long haul.
Okay, better, thank you. I stand corrected. So 4 strands along the entire purple path and 4 strands of a segment between Drake and Glen Haven.
So prior to the fire, the 4 strands were on the green path.
No, just, I'm saying during this time frame between February 27 and July 31.
Yes, the 4 strands on the long haul were on the purple path.
That's of 2023.
February 2023 to July 31, 2024. Thanks. And on the green path, get back to the green path, poles that are on that path are provided by WAPA, the Western Area Power Alliance. True?
Correct. It's association, the A is in association.
I didn't hear that last part.
Western Area Power Association.
That was a lie. And WAPA is part of the federal government's Bureau of Reclamation, correct?
To some degree, yes. I'm not familiar with that. Yeah.
And the temporary path, the movement on February 27 was because WAPA was tearing down the wooden poles that were run along the green path and installing large steel structures in their place.
Correct. They were completely replacing the transmission lines and the fiber overhead cable with that.
And PRPA had communications with its owner communities about the WAPA rebuild. True? Before it happened.
Objection vague.
PRPA had communications with its 4 owner communities about WAPA's plan to rebuild its fiber before the rebuild began. True?
Correct. Yes, that's true.
And you personally were aware of WAPA's rebuild plan dating back at least to 2019. True?
Yes, as Platte River had to pay a portion of that rebuild project, they started the discussions with the owner communities years before they were going to do the construction to ensure that Platte River could pay for that new line.
But in 2019, you weren't even with PRPA, were you?
No, I was representing a owner community at the time, Longmont. I was sitting in for someone else who could not make that executive meeting.
And so, because you were part of an owner community, you learned about WAPA's rebuild plan through PRPA.
Yes, I did.
Now let's turn to Exhibit 200, tab 10. And this is not confidential. Are you there, sir?
I am there.
And this is a PRPA, Fiber Optic Executive Committee meeting from April 22, 2019, correct?
Yes.
And you can see, very first person, you are an attendee representing at the time the city of Longmont, correct?
Correct.
And then in addition, Ruben Bergston was there from Estes Park as its broadband manager, correct?
Yes.
And Joe Bernowski was there from Loveland, true?
Yes.
And the purpose of these meetings, if you look down second to the last paragraph on page 1 of that exhibit, it says the purpose of the executive committee is to meet as necessary to evaluate Platte River's fiber management, provide policy direction to Platte River relating to the leasing of excess fiber on the long haul, and operation of the long haul fiber account, resolve any disputes that arise in the management of the fiber optic network, and address any other policy issues that require executive decision. True?
Correct.
And so these meetings are really a great vehicle to bring to the attention the owner community what PRPA is doing with its fiber optics. Correct?
Correct.
And if you look at page 5 of this particular exhibit, you can see future committee action items. It talks about WAPA long-haul fiber. And WAPA intends to rebuild their transmission line between two particular locations.
I do, yes.
And those two particular locations are on the green path in this exhibit, this big blow-up right here that I'm holding, correct?
Correct.
And if you were to look at this particular build, the first point is right along here in this notch, correct? Isn't that flat iron?
Yes, roughly.
To go all the way over to basically Town Hall is going to be the rebuild, correct?
It ultimately lands at the Longmont, the Estes Park substation is where that terminates. I'd also like to point out on this agreement, the prior page 4, just because this is a discussion about fiber options, we were also discussing the CDOT fiber on Highway 36 at that time as well as a potential option for a backup route to Estes Park.
Thank you. And if you look at the very last page, page 7 of 7, you can see, right, page 7 of 7 of Exhibit 200, tab 10, you can see the exact area. You're showing the exact area that's going to be PRPA, not you, showing the exact area that's going to be rebuilt in a map, correct?
At the time, that represents what was proposed to us by WAPA. Those numbers ended up being very different than what's in this map.
So at this time, 2019, it was clear that WAPA was going to rebuild, correct?
At some point, yes.
And it was clear it was going to impact one of the fibers that PRPA was leasing to CenturyLink, correct?
Correct.
And so it was fairly well known to your owner communities that this was going to happen.
At some point.
Object to the form of the question, misstates the evidence.
I don't know that it misstates the evidence.
Foundation, then.
I think it costs a little bit of speculation on. You could rephrase it, I think, and based upon.
As a member of one of the owner communities, it was fairly well known to you that this fiber was going to be true at some point.
True.
So let's look at Exhibit 200, tab 25. And this is confidential. And this is, and just for his honor's perspective, when did you move from the city to RPA?
In 2013.
When were you employed for the first time
I'm sorry.
at PRPA?
In 2020, December 2020.
Thank you. And if we look at Exhibit 200, this is an email from you, and and it's May 5, 2021, correct?
Yes.
And now you're at work for PRPA, and Estes Park, the city, made plain to you that diversity was critical to them for its broadband service, correct?
Yes, but this email refers to a completely different scope of work.
That wasn't my question. My question was, in May of 2021, you, Jeff Grant, were aware that the city of Estes thought geographic diversity was essential to that city for its broadband service, correct?
Yes.
Now let's turn to Exhibit 200, tab 13.
Okay.
Now we're going chronologically. We went to 2019. We went to May 2021. Now we're to August of 2021. And now you have a PRPA, Fiber Optic Executive Committee meeting. See that?
Yes, I do.
And you see on this page 2 of this particular tab that very bottom, WAPA is planning to rebuild its fiber line. The green path is depicted in this big blow up in front of you, correct?
Correct.
And so once again, PRPA is bringing to the attention of its owner communities this plan to rebuild. True?
True.
And in attendance, among others, if you turn back to page 1, were Ms. Brianna Reed Harmel from the city of Loveland. True?
Yes.
And there were people from Loveland and Fort Collins, correct?
There was, yes.
And the loss of the green path to CenturyLink, we knew that was one of the paths that was leaked. The loss of that green path, you knew could create diversity concerns for CenturyLink's 911 circuits, true?
We knew it would impact that path for CenturyLink, yes.
And you knew it would impact your PRPA's ability to provide geographic diversity between the two towns, true?
It would impact Platte River's ability to do that, but we have no idea what impact to CenturyLink that move would have.
Okay, fair enough. And at this point, August of 2021, you didn't notify CenturyLink about the plan rebuild, right?
There was no solid construction plan in 2021.
And you didn't notify LEDA, correct?
We had no timelines to provide anyone at that point for construction.
But you would notify CenturyLink once you received a hard construction.
That was our goal, yes.
Okay, so now let's turn to Exhibit 200, tab 11. This is December of 2022. Email from you, correct?
Yes.
And you are attaching minutes from April of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And if you look at this particular document, it says page 3 of 5, Flatirons Estes Rebuild, OPGW, construction scheduled to start in late summer 2022, correct?
That was the current estimate, yes.
That was the planned date. Did you notify CenturyLink then?
I didn't because we only had an estimate of the late summer at that point.
Okay. So now let's turn to Exhibit 200, tab 14, which is confidential. You see that?
Yes.
And this is a document emailed to you from WAPA dated July 25, 2022. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if you just flip through the rest of the pages of confidential exhibit, it has a 7-page detailed planned rebuild, correct?
For the transmission line portion, yes.
Okay, so you're saying this is for the electrical fiber, correct?
They had no schedule for the fiber OPGW cable on the schedule at that point.
Okay, so remember you saying that in your deposition?
Yes.
I want you to turn to page 9 of 9, entitled Splicing. And, Your Honor, if I can approach, sure. This font is tiny. And so,
As long as you take your microphone.
Sorry, Mr. Dees, which page are you on?
as splicing. It's page 9 of 9. And I'm going to bring this over to magnify it. And is it okay if I ask right here? Because it's hard.
I can see it.
Is it okay if I?
Yeah, that's,
I can see it. Yeah. You're talking about these lines right here.
It over here.
Yeah, this.
Do you see on page 9 of 9, under splicing, says section flat iron, 14/4, install fiber optic cable. 2 lines down, testing fiber optic. Another line down, install fiber optic cable. 2 more lines down, testing fiber optic. You see that?
I do, but the schedule was from 2022, and it was not for the actual, and this deviates from the actual 2023 construction schedule.
Are you aware, sir, that they stayed to the day, to this very schedule, to the day? Are you aware of that?
Object to the form of the question, lacks foundation. Is argumentative.
it might be argumentative, but that one I can see. I guess I want a clarification of the question. Is your question, did they stay on the schedule that's page 9? Exactly. I thought Mr. Grant said they didn't, but,
Ultimately, the fiber work was close to this plan.
okay, so you had a detailed schedule, July of 2022, for the fiber optic.
Actually, I would, so, go ahead.
Detailed schedule for the fiber optic build along the green path in July of 2022, and you did not disclose it to CenturyLink, did you?
Actually, so this is the splicing. This would have been the repair of the cable, not the taking down of the cable. Splicing is what occurs once the cable has been replaced. And so this would have been, based on this 2022 schedule, this would have been in the spring of the second year of this project, where they would start splicing and essentially reconnecting the new OPGW cable to the endpoints where they go, not when they initially cut it, which would have happened at the very beginning of the schedule when they took all the transmission lines down.
Sir, I don't think you answered my question respectfully.
Okay, I apologize.
My question is, you had a detailed schedule for the fiber optic rebuild along the green path, and you did not disclose it to.
This was not a final schedule at the time. I did not disclose it because of that.
So before you said you thought this was just an electrical transmission schedule. Now you're saying you knew it was a fiber optic schedule and you decided not to disclose it to CenturyLink?
What I'm saying is there's no timeline in here for the cut, the break of the fiber. In 2022, there's no start of cutting this cable. There's only splicing in April. And this was not the final schedule given to us.
Okay. And so you didn't answer my question again.
I'm sorry.
My question is, did you know this contained a detailed schedule that included fiber optics and you elected not to disclose it, or did you think it was for electrical transmission?
Objection, compound.
yeah, I'd cut that in half. I'd ask the first part and then.
You remember earlier today, and in your deposition, you claimed this was a schedule just for electrical transmission. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And that wasn't true, was it?
For the start of the construction, that was very true, yes.
had detailed requirements of when the fiber was going to be back up and running, right?
Their estimated time to resplice, correct.
And so did you know that at the time and decide not to disclose it to CenturyLink?
I did not disclose this because I did not have a start date for when the fiber was going down.
I'm presuming in that you realized that these scheduled dates were there.
These were all proposed, yes.
There's my question, please. You know those dates were there and decided not to disclose it to CenturyLink because it didn't have the start date there. That's what I'm hearing.
That's correct, and this was a proposed timeline.
And again, they stayed pretty much on this proposal.
They were close, but a year off.
Not a year off. You know they were doing the splicing on the exact day that they described here in the schedule. Are you aware of that?
I'm stating when they began construction, there were quite a few deviations.
But you knew this detailed schedule for the intended completion. You just didn't know the start time.
That's correct.
Thank you. So let's look at this schedule a little bit more, and I know it's tiny font, but if you look, it says.
You still on page 9?
I'm getting there, Your Honor. Just one moment. 869, which is 2 pages earlier. I have to break out my magnifier every time because I can't quite see it. Can you give me one moment, Your Honor?
Sure. Mr. Steese, while you're forging around there, keep in mind, probably around 10:30, we're going to look for a book.
That's fine. If you look at page 69, there is
6 of 9?
869. It's page. If you look at the bottom, it says PRPA, and it has a red number. It's the one with the number 69 at the bottom.
Okay.
Say,
Page 7?
And if you look, it says,
it's on page 7, or I'm not sure where you're at here.
page 7
Okay.
of 9.
Okay.
There is a section entitled Wire Wreck Out. Do you see that? Right in the middle.
Which line ID are you referring to?
The very middle, there's a whole section entitled Wire Wreck Out.
Yes, I see that.
And if you look over to the right, you can see the wire wreck out begins March 6, 2023. Do you see that?
Yes.
So the schedule had a specific date for when the wires were going to start being taken down in this schedule called wire wreck out. Do you see that?
I see that. Those are transmission lines they're referring to.
But aren't the transmission lines and fiber optic cables on the exact same poles?
Yes, but they decommission that infrastructure in different stages.
Are you aware that March 6, 2023 was the exact date they took down the fiber optic cable?
It was somewhere in March. I don't remember the exact date.
So, it's possible, isn't it? You're just misinterpreting this. It says wire wreck out, and you are presuming it only relates to fiber to transmission lines, when in reality, they were giving you the schedule for the whole plan of taking down fiber and rebuilding.
Objection, argumentative, compound.
I understand now, and I know where you're going with it, but
Isn't it possible that they gave you the entire schedule for the fiber optic tariff, and you just didn't transmit?
No.
Did you talk to WAPA about that?
I asked them repeatedly for an updated schedule specifically for the fiber decommissioning, so we could notify all our customers with an accurate time to failover.
They sent this document specifically to you.
This is one of many versions, yes.
And you are the head of fiber optic cable for CRPA.
Yes.
You're not an electrical trans.
No.
Let's take a look now at Bates' 7th page, page 7 of 7.
Say 7 of 7?
so what exhibit are you in?
Same exhibit,
Okay,
same
7
tab,
of 7 of 9.
7 of 9, I'm sorry, excuse me, 9 of 9.
9.
Final page, where it says splicing. You see that?
Yes.
And the very bottom line says, testing fiber optic cable, testing fiber optic. You see that?
I do.
And those dates are between October 17th and October 18th, 2023. See that?
Yes.
That's the proposed schedule.
That splicing did not occur until that October.
I didn't hear that, sir. I'm sorry.
So this part of the schedule was very inaccurate from the reality, the actual schedule. Splicing did not occur until October 2023.
That says October 18th,
Completion.
17 to 18.
Completion, right. But it says it started in April.
Okay, so turn to Exhibit 204. Let me know when you're there, sir.
204, page 1.
Yes, sir. And do you see this is an email that comes from Mr. Fulton of WAPA to you on August 30, 2023. Do you see that? At page 1.
204.
204, page 1, right middle of the page, an email from Thomas Fulton to you dated August 30, 2023.
That's not what I see.
Yeah, I guess I can tell you're on the wrong page from here.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, could you go to system cam?
Yeah. 204.
I go way back there.
Okay, sorry.
Well,
I see that email now. And you see this is an email, and Mr. Fulton works for WAPA, correct?
Yes, he does.
And if you look, as you, the construction team working on the Estes Flatiron T-line rebuild and fiber project are working on plans for the termination at Estes Sub. This morning, they confirmed a date of October 16 to make the final splices. You see that?
I do see that.
So they stayed right.
No, they did not.
As of this point, they're right on schedule.
I completely disagree with that.
Don't you see that they're performing this splice? It's October 16 on the exact day they said they were going to.
They did not start splicing in April for that schedule. That's all I'm saying.
So the project is proceeding, but you think that they started splicing a little later.
The project was very delayed, yes.
They got back on schedule, though, since they're planning to splice on the exact day they said they would.
That's the initial day they started splicing, yes. It was not the final day or even the final month that splicing occurred. It occurred for several months after this.
All right, so after you received this detailed schedule, you had additional discussion within PRPA about the schedule, correct?
Yes.
Objection. Which schedule are you talking about? This one? Just for clarification.
He understands, counsel, that's not an appropriate.
No, just for clarification purposes.
Yeah, I can say objection vague. I'll leave it at that then.
So, ask the question again. We're still talking about this initial schedule that's from page 9.
After you received the detailed schedule from WAPA in July of 2022, you had additional discussion about it within PRPA, correct?
Yes.
And if you turn to Exhibit 205, are you there, sir?
Yes, I'm here.
There's an email from you, October 6th of 2022. I spoke with WAPA about this, and it will only affect WAPA communication. Our current timeline for impact related to construction on this, and OPGW means the green path on this big blow-up, correct?
No, this is totally unrelated to anything that would impact CenturyLink or LIDA or anybody else. This was a WAPA scheduled maintenance window that we are made aware of since we transport WAPA's communications and they transport ours. This is totally unrelated to the WAPA construction schedule.
You see, it said it's slated to happen February of 2023. See that? Are you sure about that?
Yes, because if you go previous to that, they're talking about the Flatiron portion of the Colorado and Central Com Rings, Estes to Montrose Colorado Fiber Ring. That is not that path.
So, when you say OPGW, what path are you referring to?
WAPA, no, not that green path. WAPA has OPGW all over the state, and this particular notification is an informational. It went to Tri-State, it went to Excel, it went to all partner utilities about an impact to WAPA's Comring that would have no impact to the OPGW between Loveland and Estes Park.
Okay, so WAPA has fiber all over the state, and they call them all Ws.
Most of WAPA's fiber is OPGW, which is optical ground wire. It's the static ground wire on all their transmission lines. Almost all of their infrastructure is OPGW.
So whenever you refer to a WAPA fiber, you refer to it as OPGW because that's the type of fiber it is.
If it's overhead transmission line, yes.
Thank you. So then let's turn to Exhibit 200. And now it's back to 200, tab 12.
I'm sorry, you said 212?
Yes, sir. No, you're there, sir.
I'm there.
And if you turn to page 3 of 5, Exhibit 200, attachment 12, you see that you are attaching WAPA PRPA coordination meeting minutes from December 5 of 2020.
Again, you said 212?
200, tab 12.
And which page?
Page 3 of 5, sir.
I have page 3 of 17.
200, okay, you need to get to, you're way too far in. It's Exhibit 200, which is the very first one.
Okay, so here's 201.
Yeah, go back.
Here.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry about that. This is very confusing.
I'm not used to doing this.
I am not. Okay, I am on 3 of 5. Sorry about that.
No problem. And you look, and here's a WAPA PRPA coordination meeting from December 5 of 2020, correct?
Yes.
And if you look, it says old items, and the second item underneath that is entitled Flatiron Estes Rebuild / OPGW. Are you there?
Yes.
And it says, the contractor started with groundwork over the summer, right? See that?
I do, yes.
So the rebuild has started, correct?
Groundwork would imply they're starting to look at all the transmission tower structures.
Exactly. And plan on installing the fiber in the spring, both OPGW and buried sections. See that?
Yes, that was the plan at the time.
And you look at the second to last sentence, it says, note, there will not be a continuous path between Flatiron and Estes after March on until December. See that?
That was their current timeline, yes.
So as of December 5, 2022, you knew that the transmission line, the green path on this big blow-up, was going to be down, and it was not going to be up and running at least until December, right?
Based on that current estimate, yes.
And you didn't notify CenturyLink then?
I did not have a time to notify them when that construction would begin, so I did not notify them.
Now let's turn to, at this point in time, it's January 2023. With me in time frames?
Yes.
At that point in time, let me back up. One of your responsibilities is supporting PRPA's contracts department for telecom and fiber-related contracts, correct?
Correct.
And as of January of 2023, CenturyLink and PRPA were working on finalizing an amendment to the fiber use lease agreement.
We had been working on that for at least a year, yes.
And you were finalizing it right then, correct?
We were attempting to.
And if you look at Exhibit 200, tab 23,
Okay.
here you see there's emails from January 13, 2023 between CenturyLink and PRPA.
Yes.
And if you look at the final page 9 of 10 of that tab, are you there?
Yes.
At the very bottom, you can see the segment that CenturyLink leased from PRPA between Drake and Glenhaven, correct?
Correct. And
you can see the segment that it leases along the entire green path as shown in the big blow-up, correct?
Yes.
So here it is, February of 2023, and you're copied on this email, right?
Yes.
And you know that CenturyLink is trying to finalize a lease, get access to the entirety of the green path, right?
Yes.
And you did not tell CenturyLink. CenturyLink, please know that green path is not going to be available to you in the very near term because WAPA's rebuilding. Didn't tell them that.
I did not have a schedule, and I did not tell them no.
You knew it was going to happen,
At some point, yes.
and you knew it was going to happen that year.
Well, they had been talking about starting construction for 2 years up until this point, so I did not have a reliable, comfortable timeline to provide any of our customers at that point.
But they had already told you that they had started rebuilding ground for the structures that had started the summer before, right?
Yes.
And they had given you a detailed schedule that showed all the fiber splicing was going to be completed, they thought, by October of 2023, correct?
Yes, but they omitted any start times for the impact on the fiber.
And you already knew from a month earlier that this transmission line was going to be down until at least December of 2023, basically there, sir?
Yes.
CenturyLink executes the lease January 31, 2023. Right?
I don't believe this was fully executed at this time with signatures.
At the beginning, it says attached is a copy of Amendment 4 executed by QC. If you look, it's easier to look on page 8 of 11. You can see CenturyLink's execution. See that?
I just would like to review this document. Since we are still trying to finalize this agreement with CenturyLink as of today, I don't believe this was fully executed at that time. We're still negotiating a contract with CenturyLink for these long-haul cables.
Are you aware that this document was executed by PRPA a couple of days later, and now they're talking? You see, this is only going.
I think this was just a one-year renewal then.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Are you aware?
So yes.
Okay. So CenturyLink executes January 31 of 20. And if you turn to page 9 of 11 of this exhibit, the amounts that the lease. I'm not going to say the numbers, but I want everyone there. So you can see that there are 4 fibers between Drake and Glen Haven. And you see a price for that.
Yes.
And then there's 4 fibers, and it has a description. And that means the green path on this big blow-up, right?
It does, yes.
And it has a number. See that?
Yes.
A pretty big number, doesn't it?
Yes, so significantly larger number if we were to charge the actual mileage for the purple line we ended up putting CenturyLink on.
And you, Mr. Grant, waited until after CenturyLink executed this contract, saying it was going to get the green pass, to finally tell them, just a couple days later, that pass is not going to be available to you. Right?
At some point,
Rephrase the question for me.
Your Honor, the facts are in evidence. We stipulated to the admissibility of all of this information.
Yeah, no, I don't have a problem with facts and evidence.
Well, it states them then. I mean, you said a couple days later?
Okay, here it is, January 31. And just a few days later, on February 6th, finally notified CenturyLink that green path wasn't going to be available.
I notified CenturyLink of a maintenance to move their path to the long-haul 34 cable.
So now let's look at Exhibit 5. Excuse me, Exhibit 200 attachment. Are you there, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And if you turn to page 4 of 6 of that particular attachment, See the email dated February 6th of 2023.
Yes.
Sent this document to Ms. Rangel of CenturyLink, Mr. Longan of CenturyLink, and Change Management, correct?
Yes.
And Change Management is a group that schedules outages and maintenance for CenturyLink, correct?
Correct.
You did not send this to Mr. Tim Kunkelman, an employee of CenturyLink, did you?
It does not appear I did.
And you did not send it to Ms. Sarah Williams from CenturyLink's planning department, did you?
No.
All right, let's look at Exhibit 200, tab 8. Page 12 of 13, sir. Are you there?
Yes.
And here's an email from you, dated November 30, 2021. See that?
Yes.
And if you look in this particular email, when you look at the description, you say there is planned maintenance scheduled for the week of December 13th to be performed by WAPA, and you give a description. Do you see?
Yes.
And you give a paragraph, in the bullets 37 through 42 below, you say the specific fibers that are going to be impacted. That will impact 911, correct?
Yes.
And you copy Tim Kunkelman, don't you?
I did.
And you're aware Mr. Kunkelman is the person that oversees policy for CenturyLink, right?
I'm not sure of his title.
What is your understanding about Mr. Kunkelman?
I have interfaced with him on both sides, so I just, at the time, I don't know that I knew what his title was.
I'm not asking what his title was. I said, what did you understand Mr. Kunkelman did?
He had something to do with the fiber infrastructure.
And if you look at this email, you send it to a Ms. Booth, a Ms. Birkenfeld, and Mr. Kunkelman, right?
Yes.
You don't send this to a single person that is also on that February 6th email to you. Not one.
Yeah, these were the contacts given to me at the time as a supervisor. Those are the contacts that were provided to me to communicate this maintenance.
Okay. So now you're going to have to flip to the back of the book.
Okay.
Exhibit 206.
And Mr. Grant, I want to clarify there. You said those were given to you as a supervisor or from a supervisor?
As the supervisor, I was promoted at some point after this email, but I remember these contacts because I was trying to figure out who to properly contact at the time for this work.
And who as a supervisor, who gave those to you?
It was either one of my techs who had contacts with Lumen or my manager at the time.
All right, I'm sorry, I just want to clarify.
I'm happy to jump in anytime you need clarification. We're trying to make sure you understand, Your Honor, so please. So if you turn to Exhibit 206C.
What was that again? Sorry.
206C.
Okay.
I probably have this wrong again.
It's in the very back. Yeah. 206 is a standalone, just a couple page document.
I was confused by the C. I just have page 1 and 2.
Yes, sir. And if you look at page 1, now this is an email from you dated January 10, 2022. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
So this is less than 6 weeks after Exhibit 200, tab 8. Just a couple weeks later. And you're talking about a fiber move maintenance notification. And now you're sending this email to Christine Rangel, Sarah Williams, Change Management, Thomas Longan, and Todd Kloak. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And here, so you sent this document to Sarah Williams in the planning organization of CenturyLink. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And so here, one document, you say, these are the people you think you're supposed to send to, but just a few weeks later, you send the document to Ms. Williams.
Yes.
And you also contact Todd Close. Do you know?
He's on the national level 3 side of things.
Positive of that?
That's my understanding. We've worked with him several times on confirming the level 3 long haul circuits up to Estes Park during some of these cutovers.
Are you aware that CenturyLink has more than two, but for purposes of today, two categories of technicians? Central office technicians.
I'm aware there are RCO techs.
And are you aware that they have outside plant techs, people that work out in the field? So, are you aware of that?
I am aware of that. There's also techs specifically for traditional Quest Corp wireline, and there are separate technicians, which CenturyLink has reminded me many times are national, which are the level 3 transport. And someone like Todd, for example, couldn't help me with the 911 circuits, which is why I say he was our level 3 contact, because he is what they say is the national. And if I ask him about CO copper services, he's not my guy.
Okay. But here, basically a year before you send the February 6th notice, you have several of the people that are the same as February 6th, but here you include Sarah Williams, right?
Yes. And to be clear on this email, this was moving the level 3 fibers, not the 911 fibers. This is us moving patch cables that impact the level 3 circuits that we have to move jumpers to at our Boyd substation in Loveland and in Estes Park in order for that route to move to the other cable.
Are you aware that Christine Rangel has nothing to do with level 3 cables?
She's a regional manager. I include her for awareness on everything that we try and do.
Okay, you're saying you include her for awareness. You didn't include her 6 weeks earlier.
Right, I know that.
And you include Tom Longan, who is local, has nothing to do with level 3. Why'd you include him?
I don't know. But why wouldn't CenturyLink include their own staff in any communications we provide them? I don't know that I'm responsible for making sure that everybody properly communicates this internally. I use the contacts I had at the time.
Okay, let's just go ahead and get this sorted right. Let's look at Exhibit 200. Oh, skip that. We'll keep going, not jump ahead. Now let's go back to 200 tab 5.
Okay, we're about 10:20 right now, so.
Now is a good time. You want to stop? I can do it any time, whatever's.
Hey, you either stop now or you stop in about 10 or 15.
Let's just go ahead and continue for 10 minutes.
Okay,
sounds good. Okay. 100 tab. This is that email you sent on February 6th, correct?
I show Wednesday, February 15th.
Page 4 of 6.
And what exhibit, I'm sorry?
200 tab 5. At 200 tab 5.
Oh, tab 5, okay.
Are you there, sir?
Yes.
Hunter, did you get a chance to get there? Okay.
I'm there.
And this is that email that we're talking about, February 6th at the bottom of page 4, and it continues on to page 5. And you say what? It says, this work is being done to avoid a long-term outage while WAPA rebuilds their transmission line and OPGW fiber cable route from Loveland to
Yeah.
Did you ever tell CenturyLink what OPGW meant?
I believe we have, yes.
Are you aware that not one person at CenturyLink that is involved in this case had any idea what OPGW meant?
I was not aware of that.
And it says, the next paragraph down, fiber jumpers are being moved off the WAPA OPGW cable and onto the PRPA long haul 34.
Yes, I do.
And to assume CenturyLink would understand what long haul 34 cable meant.
Yes.
And again, looking at exhibit, I'm going to do it this way so council can see it like this. Long haul 34, you presume they knew what it meant because it would run along Highway 34, right?
Yes, and we had used that in the past with them.
Had you used it in the past with Christine Rangel?
Yes.
Positive.
Yes.
And if she testified, she has no idea what that meant.
I'm confident in that.
And did you tell her it went past? It's because Highway 34 would mean it would drop down here.
It's just a label we use for that cable.
And so you presumed CenturyLink would understand.
Yes, and I left it open for them to ask me any questions they had about what we were doing and received no questions from anybody at CenturyLink.
If you could just answer my question, you presume they would understand.
Yes.
If, in fact, this fiber went just down along Highway 34 and stayed on Highway 34, down this pink road, then there would not be a collapse of fiber between Drake and Glenhaven where there was a collapse eventually, correct?
I don't understand your question.
When the temporary path on February 20th put in place, are you with me?
Yes.
Now you have CenturyLink leasing the entire purple path on this diagram, correct?
Yes.
And you also have them leasing a portion of the purple path between Drake and Glenhaven, right?
Yes.
Drake is right here at Highway 34, right?
Correct.
So if in fact, this facility, your long haul 34, went down Highway 34, then the rest of the facilities between Drake and Estes remain first, couldn't it?
Yes.
Bigger than I thought. All right. Aware. Are you aware? Right then. Were you aware? Once ERPA disconnected the green path on this big blow-up and put CenturyLink all the way on the purple path, that you would lack geographic diversity in Drake and Glenhaven. You knew that, didn't you?
No.
You knew that both paths were going to be, that PRPA was provided, was going to go on the same purple path between Drake and Glenhaven, true?
My assumption on the Drake to Glenhaven path had nothing to do with the long-haul connectivity up to Estes Park. Since it had two endpoints, I had no information or knowledge of what CenturyLink was doing with those laterals between Drake and Glenhaven. No knowledge of that, other than their leasing.
You remember giving your deposition correct?
Yes.
You remember trying to be truthful during your deposition, correct?
Yes.
Page 36 is deposition lines 2 through 7. Did you realize that at least between Drake and Glenhaven, when PRPA was moving CenturyLink off of Pole Hill and onto the Route 34 path, that geographic diversity was now going to at least be missing in that area? Answer, yes.
Yeah.
Were you truthful then?
If you just want for the record, if he's going to impeach the witness, he's got to put the deposition testimony in front of him so he can see the context
Please.
If you would do that, that'd be great.
Can you refer to that segment versus the question you asked me just now?
And also for the record, I want to clear up too, the pole, because in that question, you used a pole path as opposed to purple and green, just so we keep on the same, all the way through. Whoever's reviewing this later.
Yeah.
Do you see your deposition, page 36, lines 2 through 7? Did you realize that at least between Drake and Glenhaven, when PRPA was moving CenturyLink off of Pole Hill and onto the Route 34 path, that geographic diversity was now going to at least be missing in that area? Answer, yes. See that?
I do, yes.
Were you truthful?
Yes, I was.
And like I said, just for the record, they referred to 34 in the pole path, so 34 is green or purple?
This diagram is
Okay. I just,
Yes.
like I say, your questions versus purple and green, and the question that you're repeating was
that's
Pole Hill in 34, and I just, for the record, I want to make that clear.
and that's why I was saying at the beginning, it becomes a little confusing.
Yeah, that's okay.
I think now is a perfect breaking point.
Good, okay. I'm gonna say 20 minutes. I have a little computer issue that I gotta take care of that might require someone running in here and doing stuff, so, we in recess until 10. Thanks. You can leave that right there. We're good, go. No.
Don't have a chair here, sir.
Well, yeah. Everyone does. All right, Tracy, you all set? We will go back on the record here, and Mr. Grant, I will remind you that you are still under oath. Go right ahead.
Thank you. I'm just going to get us back where we left off, if that is okay, Mr. Grant. We talked about how when the temporary path was put in place February 27 of 2023, now you were missing geographic diversity between Drake and Glen Haven. Are you with me?
Yes.
And you are aware of the importance of diversity, geographic diversity.
Yes.
And if you look at, again, now Exhibit 200, Tab 5.
Tab 10, page 5.
Tab 5.
Tab 5.
Page 4 to 5. There, sir? I'm looking at his honor now. Are you there?
I'm there. I'm
Perfect.
good.
Okay. And nowhere in your notice does it say, once we make this move, diversity or geographic diversity between Drake and Glen Haven.
It does not.
And the reason for geographic diversity is to ensure that circuits remain open during a natural disaster. Disaster impacts area A, it won't impact area B, correct?
That is a reason why, yes.
But in this particular case, this exact situation, you knew that the lack of geographic diversity was not essential because PRPA could contact WAPA during any emergency and open up a path through the Adams Tunnel.
Seems facts, sign, and evidence.
Hear the question again.
I'm going to ask it again.
Well, yes, yeah, let me hear it one more time. It's a little bit long, so.
You knew in this exact situation, the fact that geographic diversity was missing between Drake and Glen Haven was not important because PRPA could work with WAPA to open up a path through the Adams Tunnel in any emergency.
You can answer the question.
My reaction to the situation had nothing to do with what was important. It was what we could do at the time. And I do understand the Adams Tunnel was an option, not a switch that could be flipped, but an alternative at some point.
All right, so let's talk about that alternative. The city of Estes Park, it needs geographic diversity, correct? It advances.
They desire that.
And PRPA has contracts with WAPA, correct?
Yes.
And those contracts permit PRPA to contact WAPA during an emergency to open up a path through the Adams Tunnel, correct?
Correct.
And that path through the Adams Tunnel is geographically diverse from either the green path or the purple path. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And in any emergency situation, include fire, flood, snowfall, major outage, whatever it might be, you had the contractual right to open up Adams Tunnel.
We had the ability to request that right.
and they, WAPA, had agreed to open it up in an emergency.
Object to the form of the question, misstates the evidence, assumes facts, not evidence.
Well, there's a lot of stuff about Adams Tunnel and stuff like that, that's in testimony already that's been,
Can you please restate the question?
Can you read it back, ma'am, please?
So we missed a couple steps here. During the week of the fire, I requested emergency use of WAPA's cable, which contractually we are required to verbally request permission to use Adams Tunnel, and they have to acknowledge that and give us permission or in order to proceed. I did do that week, yes.
I appreciate that. Thank you. We'll get to that in a bit. But my question is broader, and that is, you knew in February of 2023 that if there was an emergency situation, you could contact WAPA and say, we're in an emergency situation. I need you to work with me to open up the Adams Tunnel.
Yes, I knew that was an option, yes.
Let's go back to Exhibit 200, Tab 5. If you look at paragraph under what? Page 5. There, sir?
Yes.
It says, quote, long-term outage. Do you see that?
Yes.
Doesn't say how long, does it?
No.
Doesn't say more than a year, does it?
No.
It doesn't say at least until December, does it?
No.
And you already knew this was going to be at least until December, didn't you?
We did not have a comfortable end date with this project due to how long it had been delayed.
Didn't answer my question, sir. You knew it was going to be at least until
No.
December. Well, that's what your earlier document said, at least until December.
Okay.
Isn't that true?
Yeah.
Shouldn't you have told CenturyLink, I don't have a final date yet, but it's going to be at least until December?
My obligation was to notify them of the work.
Didn't answer my question. Shouldn't you have at least told them it's going to be at least until December?
No.
Now, you claim in your rebuttal testimony that long-term outage to rebuild transmission lines by definition means a long period of time. Is that true?
Okay, yes.
You recall testifying to something completely different in your deposition.
I don't recall.
Why don't you look at Exhibit 200, Tab 2? Is your deposition. Page 54.
I'm sorry, page 54?
Yes, sir.
on the bottom or the top? 'Cause I have 51 pages of.
So do I.
Two.
Okay, if you look, the deposition's a manuscript, and so each page is page 15 of 57, but it's page 54 of the deposition transcript.
So page 15. Page 15 of the exhibit.
I'm there.
And line 25, question. And if you're going to rebuild facilities, that means the path is going to be down for a period of time, true? That would have to be defined in the work. See that?
Yes.
So, in your own deposition, you recognized the fact that it's rebuilding facilities might not be, it's going to be a long period of time. True?
I answered that would have to be defined in the work.
Okay, let me ask a different question. Let's assume, stop reading the deposition for a moment. Let's assume the following. WAPA has taken down its wooden poles, put back up its kept up its wooden poles, built steel structures brand new fiber over those steel structures, then splices from the wooden poles to the steel structures, and its last task is to take down the wooden poles. Are you with me?
Vaguely, yes.
In that case, you're rebuilding the fiber line, right?
WAPA is rebuilding the fiber line.
And, thank you, better said. And that might just be a few days to do some splices and some testing, right?
No.
The whole reason why it was going to take a long period of time is because the first task WAPA performed was tearing down the wooden pole, which took down the transmission line altogether, correct?
I don't know the exact procedure for the transmission line deconstruction. I was not part of that.
You were aware that the wooden poles were taken down before the steel structures were complete?
I'm not certain about that.
Okay, so you don't know how long this process is going to take if you don't know the steps and the order that WAPA is going to take to rebuild its transmission line.
Which is why I said it'd be a long-term outage.
And because you didn't know,
I didn't know how long that long-term outage was at the time.
but you knew at least until December.
At least.
Okay, now let's look at the fiber use lease agreement, which is Exhibit 200, Tab 1. Are you there, sir?
Yes.
And when you look at the February 6th, 2023 notice we were looking at, we were doing a relocation of CenturyLink fiber, correct?
We were moving the fibers they were connected to, yes.
So it's a relocation, correct?
One could call it that, yes.
And if you look at Section 6 of the fiber use lease agreement, which begins on page 5 of 42 of Exhibit 200, Tab 1. Are you there?
Yes.
There's a section on relocation, isn't there?
There is.
And that section says, 6A, Platte River shall make no changes in the location of the licensed fiber without 30 days written notification to.
I do see that.
And then you look at 6D as in David. Platte River agrees that any relocation of the licensed fiber, ... shall be limited to the shortest practical route reasonably available and shall, when possible, provide diversity that is at least equivalent to the diversity before reason.
Yes, I do.
And here it says, when possible, provide at least.
Yes.
And here, it was not possible for PRPA to create a more diverse route for CenturyLink, was it?
No.
And you, Mr. Grant, were not aware of any other option CenturyLink create that diversity, were you?
I was not familiar with CenturyLink's network outside of the fibers we leased them.
And so the facilities that PRPA provided to CenturyLink between February 27, 2023 and July 31, 2024, when the green path in this big blow-up was being rebuilt, was the most diverse option PRPA had that was feasible. True?
That PRPA could provide.
And here, you sent the notice on February 6, 2023, correct?
Mm.
The notice of relocation?
I think I sent it on the 6th.
I thought I said that. If I didn't, I apologize.
Okay.
February 6th of 2023. And the disconnect happened February 27th, correct?
That sounds correct.
So 3 weeks,
yes.
Right? Here it says, shall make no changes without at least 30 days, correct?
It also says further down, or whatever we feel is reasonable.
Okay, we'll get to that just now. Okay, let's look at that. In your deposition, you recall saying you thought, because most PRPA contracts have a 21-day notice provision, that's what was required.
Our typical notification is a 3-week notification.
And before you sent CenturyLink the notice on February 6th, you didn't go back and look at the contract again, did you?
I did not.
And so you didn't look to see what PRPA's obligations were under the contract when a relocation happened.
I felt 3 weeks was pretty close to what any contract we would have any kind of outage notification for. And in these circumstances, I don't know how 7 days would make any difference, or 9 days.
Okay, so now let's look at subsection B, which you referred to a moment ago.
Yep.
It says, if for any reason Platte River is required by any third party, including but not limited to government authority, to relocate any of the facilities used or required in providing the licensed fiber, PRPA shall. Do you see that?
Yes.
I'll get to the shall in a moment. The only government authority that could be impacted by this contract is WAPA, right?
This contract's between Platte River and CenturyLink. I don't understand your question.
But you were leasing fibers that ran over WAPA poles.
Yes.
And here it says, if any government authority is involved and is required, you know, because what a government authority is doing, it requires a change. So it knew, the parties negotiated for what to do when WAPA is involved, didn't they? I'll ask it this way. You're looking confused.
Yeah, I don't understand your question.
Government authority is involved in the license.
WAPA. Between Platte River and WAPA. Between Platte River and WAPA directly.
Is there any other government authority involved in the license?
With our allocation?
The licensed fiber that we, CenturyLink, are leasing from you, PRPA. Is there any other government authority involved?
I don't believe so.
Exactly. So subsection B is a specific provision focused on if WAPA does something, what are we supposed to do, right?
Okay.
And it says, PRPA, now we get to the shall. PRPA shall give licensee at least 30 days or as much time as you reasonably can, right?
Correct.
And so now that provision means I've got to give, subsection A is still there too. I've got to give at least 30 days. But if I have some facts that tell me something's going to happen, I need to give way more, as much as I reasonably can. Isn't that what this says?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
I don't think that's actually right. I think technically it could be even less. You said it would mean more, it could mean less. What reasonable would be on that? So, that doesn't necessarily mean that it would be.
Here, you had notice of a schedule and a rebuild. Years earlier, you knew what was going to happen, right?
At some point, yes.
And you realized here, you ever tell, let me back up, honestly. You ever tell Century, I have a contract, you ever tell CenturyLink that PRPA had a contract with WAPA that allowed them to open up the Adams Tunnel in time?
I know that CenturyLink was aware of that, yes.
Who knew that they were aware that PRPA had a contract with WAPA?
Well, you asked,
That was my question.
you asked two questions there.
I'll ask you different, make sure we're on the same page. Maybe I asked the wrong question. Were you ever tell CenturyLink PRPA has a contract with WAPA that allows PRPA to open up a path through the Adams Tunnel in time of emergency?
I don't know if I ever have.
Did you ever tell Lita that?
I don't know.
And so the whole point is, you look at subsection D, there's going to be a relocation. CenturyLink is going to get off the green path, and both paths are going to be at least in part on the purple path, right?
Correct. I'd like to,
CenturyLink is going to need as much notice as possible so it can try and find a geographically diverse route to see if one exists.
okay.
And if that's true, how can you possibly find the fiber, negotiate for the fiber, and install the fiber in 3 weeks?
That is not our obligation. We are just simply leasing fibers.
So now let's look. So you gave 3 weeks notice, right?
Yes.
You didn't inform CenturyLink that diversity would be impacted, true?
Correct.
And you didn't send this notice to the people required for it to be sent under the contract.
I disagree with that. I sent it to the contacts that have been provided to me
By your superiors.
and by CenturyLink.
Okay, you have an email saying send it to these people.
At some point earlier in 21-22, I reached out requesting local contacts, and Christina has always been one of those local contacts.
Okay.
Change management has also been a consistent contact, and I did notify change management, who should notify everybody impacted within the organization.
Had you ever done a fiber relocate?
With CenturyLink in this path, no.
Okay. So here we look at section 6, exhibit 200, tab 1, page 5. Relocation, do you see that?
Yes.
And it says paragraph A, written notification, do you see that?
Yes.
And if you look at paragraph B, and it's talking about the government, it says, as much time as Platte River reasonably can, prior written notice. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if you look at subsection, let me get the page. I have it down. Page 11 of 42 of this exhibit says notices. You see that?
Yes, I do.
It says, second sentence, written notices. The licensee from Platte River that fiber is ready for use or notice of acceptance may be sent by email. All other written notices required or permitted shall be given by hand delivery or by mailing the same by certified mail, return receipt requested, or by sending next day business delivery to CenturyLink Carrier Management and CenturyLink Wholesale Legal.
Yes, I do.
So while you might think you have a process for other situations, when you have a relocation, you are required to give written notice to certain people by contract. You see that?
I see what this states, yes.
And you didn't give that written notice to the people required by your own contract, by PRPA's own contract, did you?
I felt my email was perfectly fine for a written notice and reached directly out to those impacted within CenturyLink.
Are you aware that those impacted include planning? Right? Yes or no?
I would assume so.
Are you aware that those impacted include those negotiating the contract, i.e. legal?
I don't know.
And you didn't notify any of those people, did you?
With this particular notification, I notified the people impacted by the services on the cable.
Back to my question that you didn't answer. You didn't give notice to the people the contract required you notice to, did you?
I did not send a written mailed notice to these addresses, no.
And no one that received the notice was within carrier management or wholesale legal.
Object to the form of the question. Black's Foundation calls speculation.
To your knowledge.
Your knowledge, was any of the people you sent the email to within carrier management or wholesale legal?
Yes.
Who?
Christina.
Are you sure, do you know that Christine is in operations? She has nothing to do with carrier management.
She's regional manager. She should have all the appropriate contacts to notify anybody else within the organization that this is happening.
So the answer to your question is you don't know if anyone is within carrier management.
No.
All right, so now let's go to Exhibit 200. Are you there, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And let's look at page 5 of 5. During the first 7 months of 2024, green path on this big blow up was not made available to CenturyLink by PRPA, true?
During which period?
First 7 months of 2024.
Correct.
And if you look at the invoice here, the invoice shows the contractual charge, and the contractual charge identifies it CenturyLink being charged for the green path for the.
No. That would be, oh, sorry, yes, the green path. Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And this invoice does not say purple path the first 7 months and the green path the last 5.
It does not.
And it doesn't, none of the invoices that PRPA sent to CenturyLink identified that the temporary purple path was in place between February 27 and July 31. Do they?
They do not.
All right. You're aware CenturyLink uses these paths at least in part for 911, right?
Yes.
When 911 is involved, carriers routinely go the extra mile because they know the importance of 911. True?
I don't know what the carriers do.
PRPA is a provider of facilities to carriers, right?
Yes, we provide infrastructure.
You do not concern yourself with this is 911. I need to make sure people understand.
Our concern and our obligation is to provide fiber optic cable and ensure that that cable is functional for the customer. That is the scope of our work.
Why didn't you just pick up the phone and say something like this? WAP is going to rebuild its poles, which means the green path is going to be down for a long period of time. We don't have a geographically diverse route that we can provide to you, but we want to provide some assurance. We want you to know in times of emergency, we have the Adams Tunnel that we can open up for you. So while this temporary path is in place, you have circuit diversity, but you can get geographic diversity if there's an emergency. Why didn't you pick up the phone and do something like that?
I sent a notification that we were doing the maintenance, and that's what I chose to do that day.
Why didn't you pick up something?
I chose to send an email.
Why don't you turn to Exhibit 110? Page 25.
in the other binder now.
Are you there, sir?
I'm sorry, where do I go?
110, page 25.
Okay, I'm there.
And if you look, lines 3, 8, the testimony of Ms. Kimberly Culp, CEO of LIDA. She says, if CenturyLink had told LIDA that geographic diversity was no longer available on Pole Hill, then LIDA would have worked diligently with CenturyLink and others in the region, or even in the state, to get a path through the Adams Tunnel. Path could have been connected and in standby ready mode for 911 traffic in the event of an emergency impacting the Estes Valley, an area which has experienced disasters in the past and is subject to, just stop there. Do you see that?
Yes, I do. Yes.
So, if you had just picked up the phone, taken 5 minutes, and told CenturyLink that Adams Tunnel was available in times of emergency, couldn't you change that testimony to, if PRPA had told CenturyLink that geographic diversity was no longer available on Pole Hill, then CenturyLink would have worked diligently with LIDA and others in the region, or even the state, to get a path through the Adams Tunnel. The path could have been connected and in standby ready mode for 911 voice traffic and emergency.
Objection, argumentative, compound. LIDA is not PRPA's customer.
I think this is a completely fair question.
Well, you lost me about halfway through the question, I gotta tell you. Just try and slice it down a little bit.
You see how Ms. Culp is saying, had CenturyLink just told us that geographic diversity was going to be impacted, that the parties would work to get and pass through the Adams Tunnel up and running in case of emergency.
I do see that, and they did do that.
And that's what happened in the middle of the Alexander Mountain fire, right?
Yes.
No, but my question is something a little bit different. My question is, PRPA already has a contract with WAPA that allows you to open up a path through the Adams Tunnel in times of emergency, right?
We cannot have an active path in standby for any commercial service, including CenturyLink, on the Adams Tunnel.
Okay, well, leave that part aside.
That's very relevant, though.
Okay, so you had the ability to open up a path through the Adams Tunnel in times of emergency, true?
Yes, which is what happened.
And had you told CenturyLink of that, then we could have worked with you and LIDA, to work with WAPA, to say, if this happens, let's be ready. Maybe not build it yet, but be ready and know it's available. True?
That could have happened, and it is what happened during the emergency.
Now let's talk about back to 2023, 2024. Right. This is after the temporary path is put in place. So the green path is no longer what's available. Are you with me?
Yes.
By November 2023, with me in time,
Yes.
project of rebuilding the fiber on the poles was essentially complete. Needed to finish testing, but the rebuild of the fibers was essentially complete, correct?
The infrastructure was in place, but not usable.
And WAPA considered the work substantially, right?
That's their definition, yes.
Did you notify CenturyLink at that point in time to inform them how?
No, nor did they ever ask me how that project was going or at what point it would be done.
So let's look at Exhibit 200, tab 19.
One more time with that one?
Yes, sir. 200, Exhibit 200, tab 19.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. My pleasure. So if you turn to page 7 of 10 of that tab, here it is, December of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And PRPA is having communications with WAPA, correct?
It appears that way, yes.
And PRPA has decided at this point that it wants to replace patch panels along the green path on this dam, correct?
Yes.
And WAPA says that's a good idea. Why don't you go ahead and replace your patch panels, right?
Yeah, it was our one opportunity to do that while the cable was down.
Right. And this was an afterthought that became a part of the plan, right?
It's actually something we had been wanting to do for a long time.
But it wasn't built into the plan at first. You look and say, wow, now's our chance, and you made that decision in December of 2023, right?
We chose to do it during that outage instead of having a separate outage just to do that work.
And what you were doing is you were disconnecting S as in Sam, T as in Tom connectors, and installing L as in Larry, C as in Charlie connectors, correct?
That's correct.
That's because LC is newer technology, correct?
Yes, and the ST panels are very old and degraded.
And ST panels can have problems like attenuation or density problems, things of that kind, correct?
Yes, we could have chose to replace an ST with a new ST panel as well.
And by June 11th, so now make a decision in December of 2023 to replace patch panels. By June 11 of 2024, PRPA had some traffic on the green path.
In June, we put a backup circuit on that path to start testing that cable.
And on July 11, just, what would that be, 18 days before the fire, PRPA decided to replace another patch panel, right?
Okay.
Isn't that true?
Which patch panel are you referring to?
Do you recall it or not? I don't know.
I don't recall. You'd have to give me an exact date and location of that.
If you go to Exhibit 200, tab 20. Oh, I'm sorry, I have the wrong exhibit number. The question is, you don't recall on July 11th of 2024 having PRPA replace another patch panel. I'm sorry, I don't have this cited.
I'd like to read this email for that exact date.
I had the wrong email here, sir. This is not the correct email. Oh, yes, it is. Tab 20. My apologies. Yes, it is.
We chose to change a panel that interconnects WAPA and Northern Water. So yes, there was another panel out of scope to the construction that it would impact CenturyLink. It was also up for replacement.
So I think I understood, but I would make sure I did. So as of July 11, PRPA was replacing another patch panel on the green path, correct?
Yes, we were replacing a panel that connected to WAPA's local building at the Estes Park substation facility.
And this is just 18 days before the Alexander Mountain.
Roughly, yes.
And The plan was to get CenturyLink and all other customers that have been using the Green Path back on the Green Path in late July or early August of 2024, right?
That was our tentative goal, yes.
And the Pole Hill Path was clearly ready on July 29, 2024, the first day of the Alexander fire.
Yes.
So the plan was to relocate CenturyLink off of the temporary purple path back onto the green path sometime in late July or early August of 2024.
Sometime in that time frame, yes.
Okay.
We didn't schedule an exact day to do that move yet.
But it was going to be late July or early August, in that range.
Somewhere in there.
Okay. So back to the contract. Fiber use lease agreement. You have to give CenturyLink at least 30 days written notice, or as much time as you reasonably can, to relocate fibers. Did you ever give CenturyLink notice? We're going to put you back on the green path. Ever.
We didn't have a schedule to move them yet, so no. Why would we?
You knew it was late July or early August.
We had no fixed schedule. That was our tentative goal based on our testing results.
So at least by late June or early August, you should be contacting CenturyLink and telling them, we're going to move you back. You didn't, did you?
We weren't ready at that point.
But you were ready by July 29.
Well, we had an emergency. We felt obligated to help CenturyLink at that point.
So
Would you want us to wait 30 days during the emergency to move anything?
Oh, that you're missing the point. The point is, if you're ready, why didn't you give notice?
We weren't officially ready. We had a test circuit up and running. WAPA had some test circuits up and running. We hadn't planned any moves with anybody at that time. Therefore, there was no need to communicate any moves with customers until we officially wanted to schedule that work, which we hadn't done yet. We had nothing booked on our calendars. We had nothing scheduled with contractors. We weren't ready to physically do the work yet.
Turn to Exhibit 207, please.
Okay.
This is a document you can see produced by PRPA 898. Do you see that at the bottom?
Yes, I do.
And it says, work to be performed. PRPA crews moving Estes redundant fiber connection from Highway 34 fiber to WAPA OPGW on August 6th.
Yes, I do.
You're ready to make a move on August 6th for at least someone.
So this was an internal email to our outage notification internal. We wanted to move a bulk electric network circuit, which is part of the grid network. We wanted to move a circuit back onto this cable. We are obligated internally to notify our internal staff and any utility impacted to do that move. So yes, by the 6th, we were ready to do this one.
And you know by July 29 you were ready. And again, so you're making moves for various people. You had a plan. As of July 23, 2024, you had a plan to move some people on August 6th, and you still hadn't provided notice to CenturyLink, had you?
We had just repaired the cable. We weren't ready to do anything else at that point.
But as soon as the fire started, you were immediately ready to move everyone over.
Yes, we were. Again, an emergency, and if there were problems with that cable, there's nothing we could have done about that, having not tested any of the other strands.
Did you tell people beforehand that you hadn't tested it yet? We don't know if it's going to work before you moved them?
Before the fire?
In the middle of the fire, tell anybody. You know, we haven't tested that fiber yet. Might not work, but it's the best we got.
We had tested a pair.
So you had tested it enough to not tell anyone you might have a problem?
I wouldn't, no.
You didn't tell anyone that, did you?
No.
So now let's turn to the Alexander Mountain fire. Liars, Fire started July 29th. I didn't hear you say yes.
Yes.
Back, let's look at Exhibit 203. Oh, forgive me. This is this very document. Forget that. This very thing right here. The part of the path. The fire was threatening the purple path, right?
Correct.
Not the green path, right?
Correct.
And the path, part of the path that was being threatened was between Loveland and Drake, correct?
Yes.
Objection. This states the facts.
That is a mistake of facts.
I don't think it misstates the facts at all. I have a document showing it.
No, but there were other segments threatened, is the point.
Was this one of the segments that was threatened?
Yes.
There you go.
To your knowledge, the Drake to Glen Haven segment was not threatened by the fire, was it?
On which day?
Any day by the Alexander Mountain Fire.
We weren't certain that week what all would be threatened due to how fast that fire was growing.
I didn't hear that.
We were not certain what all would be threatened due to the movement of that fire that week and how fast it moved.
Back to your deposition, Exhibit 200, tab 2, page 112, or page 112 of the deposition, which is page 29. And it starts on page 111. Let me know when you're there.
Sorry, which tab?
Tab 2.
Which page?
It's page 29, but on the bottom right. It actually begins on page 111 and goes on to page 112.
I don't think I'm looking at the right thing. Hang on.
Exhibit 200, tab 2.
All right, I'm there. Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, I think I'm there.
And if you look in the bottom left, you see page 111. And I point.
I got it. I got it.
It's confusing, eh?
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, start at 111, line 3. No, line 1. What PRPA facilities, looking back at Exhibit 1, which is this big blow-up, were at risk? Which segments or segment? Answer, this path was at risk, and you pointed. Question, the Route 34 path, the entire path, or was it between point A and point B? It was in the area of the fire, which was somewhere around here, and you indicate. Question, so between Loveland and Drake? Answer, yes. This was the place that was at risk, true? Fine, at risk at the time. Those were the fires that were threatened by the fire, that area. Those were the fibers between Loveland and Drake. Those were the fibers that, yes, were damaged by the fire. I said threatened. Is there a difference? Answer, they were threatened and ultimately damaged, so I apologize. Yes, those were the fibers that were threatened. Question, and so if you remember the place that CenturyLink has its own fibers between Loveland and Drake, correct? They do. And the place where geographic diversity collapses is Drake to Glenhaven, and the temporary route is in place. Are you with me? Answer, okay. Those fibers were never threatened by the Alexander Mountain fire. Is that true? I don't know. I don't think so. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Truthful testimony?
Yes.
All right, and if you look at Exhibit 214, and I know this is confusing, this is at the very back, very end. 14.
I'm sorry, which section are we looking at?
It's the very end of the book is 215. The second to the last exhibit is 214. So Exhibit 214.
Way in the back, not in the deposition. Back to in the red book. I got it. It's gonna be in the white one, yeah. Way in the back.
My apologies.
I get it. You're new at this.
Yeah.
All right.
Are you there, sir?
I'm looking at a map.
And you can see the location of the fire in this diagram, right?
I see an icon that indicates a fire, yes.
And if you look, you can see Glenhaven. You can see that blue line is a line along Highway 30. That's Highway 34, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And so you can see that there's a point where the blue line starts going south and west, correct?
Yes.
And that's the point where Drake exists. And if you had a line connected up to Glenhaven, that would be one of the segments CenturyLink leased from PRPA, correct?
Yes.
And the fire, you can see in this diagram, was threatening the facilities between Drake and Loveland, correct?
Yes.
I'm just going to object to this line of questioning, though, for lack of foundation. Whose map is this? Who created this?
It's already admitted, so.
Right, but the line of questioning, I would like him to lay the foundation for, so we can understand whose map we're looking at.
Whose map are we looking at?
You can see this is an exhibit I used with him in the deposition. So you can see Grant exhibit right there from the exhibit. So this was used in the deposition. He became familiar with it then.
It's already admitted in there. Is there something that you're questioning about this, or is there something you're questioning about the accuracy of this?
I'll just question him on redirect about it.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. So now it's July 29, first day of the fire. You with me, sir?
Yes.
Notified customers, including CenturyLink and LIDA, about the potential risk to PRPA's facilities, correct?
Yes.
On that same day, July 29, you were informed that the fire wasn't putting PRPA's poles at risk, so you didn't transition people off of the purple path onto the green path that first day, right?
We moved some customers, but correct, not CenturyLink or LIDA.
And LIDA told you, Ms. Culp told you, she didn't want, okay, let me back up now. Not only does CenturyLink have a temporary path at this point, July 29, along the purple path, but LIDA leases fiber along that purple path, right?
Yes, they do.
And Ms. Culp told you, we don't want to transition LIDA's facilities on July 29 until it becomes absolutely necessary because of 911, right? Words to that effect.
I think her argument was they didn't feel there was an immediate threat at that time.
And the risk of the fire became acute on July 31, 2 days.
I believe so, yes.
And so on July 31, that's when you started transitioning CenturyLink and LIDA off of the purple path diagram onto the green path in this.
Yes.
And LIDA asked to be moved that day, right?
Yes.
And so what you did is disconnected CenturyLink off of the purple path and put them back onto the green path on July 31.
That's incorrect.
You put them back on the green path that.
No, we did not. We work with CenturyLink for CenturyLink to move the route in which they use at their central offices. We did not touch their 911 fibers.
That's 100% fair. I misunderstood. You worked with CenturyLink on July 31 to get them off of the purple path, back onto.
Yes, we provided the information they needed in order to do that successfully at their own COs.
Thank you. I wasn't intending to suggest you did all the work. I just meant that they went back to the original place they were on February 26th, 2023, right? Okay, let me ask it this way. July 26th, 2023, before the temporary path was in place, right? You with me in time?
Yes.
CenturyLink has the green path, right? That's right.
Yes.
And it also has a segment between Drake and Glen Haven, right?
Correct.
Now, February 27, 2023, July 21, 2024. With me in time frame.
Yes.
CenturyLink has a path along the entire purple path, right?
Correct.
And it has a path between Drake and Glen Haven, right?
Yes.
Now, July 31, 2024. With me in time.
Yes.
CenturyLink gets a path along the green path again, right?
Two paths, yes.
And in addition, the segment between Drake and Glen Haven.
Nothing changed on our side between Glen Haven and Drake.
So, as of July 31, 2024, it got put back to the original contractual situation, right?
Yes.
And when the fire broke out, you just talked about those two, you knew PRPA was leasing two different routes, if you will, to CenturyLink, right?
Yes.
You knew about that entire purple path when the fire broke out?
Yes, that was our intended long-term backup solution for CenturyLink.
And you knew about the segments between Drake and Glen Haven?
Yes.
During the fire, the middle of the fire, did you ever tell Ms. Culp, anyone in the emergency operations center, CenturyLink is leasing two different segments from us? A full purple path and part of the purple path.
We don't disclose customer information with our other customers. No, I did not.
Then why did you feel comfortable doing it in your written testimony?
No, well, because it was an emergency.
So you do disclose it and don't even mark it as confidential, right?
I don't know if I did or not.
Your testimony was filed publicly. You didn't mark a single word confidential of your written testimony, did you?
I didn't know I was obligated to mark anything confidential in my testimony.
Have you ever heard of CNI, customer protected?
From a credit card transaction context, yes.
Are you aware that the whole Communications Act has an entire provision on maintaining customer confidentiality?
Object to the form of the question. Calls for a legal conclusion is relevant.
I'm just asking.
Hang on. First off, you gave me half the CPNI, you gave me the NI, so.
I don't remember NI.
For the record, okay. So it's customer protection, just for the record.
Information, something information, I don't remember. Okay. But my question is, if you don't give up...
Don't answer till I tell you to. Okay, go ahead. You can ask it again.
My question is, don't feel comfortable. Let's go back to my question. You didn't tell Lita that CenturyLink was leasing two different segments from PRPA in the fire.
I don't recall. If I did in my testimony, then I would say yes.
It's not in your testimony that you say that I recall. I'm just asking, did you do it?
I don't recall.
And did you ever tell anyone at Lita during the fire, disconnected the green path and put them on the purple path?
We had to coordinate that move with Lita in order to ensure that 911 functioned in both directions. So they were aware of that.
They were aware that you had created the temporary path?
No, you said during the fire.
Yes, I did.
We didn't create the temporary path during the fire. They migrated to that path.
I'm asking you a
So
different
we
question.
coordinated with Lita and CenturyLink together to move all of them at once.
I'm asking a different question, sir.
Okay.
Maybe I'm asking it poorly. during the fire, ever tell Ms. Culp or anyone in the emergency operations center, know this, about 17 months ago, disconnected CenturyLink from the green path and put them on the purple.
I don't recall if I did or not.
You don't remember doing it, you're just not sure.
I'm not sure. A lot happened that week.
So, during the middle of the fire, from the entirety of July 29 through the end of the fire, with me in time frame,
Yes.
that Drake to Glen Haven segment didn't do anything to disconnect it, right?
Correct.
It stayed, you don't know what CenturyLink was doing with it, but you certainly didn't do anything to impact the ability to send calls along that fiber during the fire, right?
We did not touch that segment of fiber.
All right. So now let's turn to WAPA. It's July 29-ish, maybe July 30th. You send WAPA a request to open up fiber and put customers on fiber because of an emergency, right?
Yes, I did.
And you start moving them off of the purple path onto the green path, correct?
Yes.
And you made a generic request because WAPA, you have to get authority from WAPA to put customers on the green path, right?
There are sensitivities around using that cable for commercial purposes, yes.
And CenturyLink is on it, right? Or has the right to be on it.
CenturyLink has a lease for that, yes.
And you had to go to WAPA and say, got an emergency, need to move some customers that you normally wouldn't let on the green path, need to put them on the green path.
It was a blanket request, yes.
And you made a blanket request. It's an emergency. We need to move people. And you mentioned Pole Hill. Move them on to Pole Hill, right?
I have to request that for Pole Hill, yes.
And
Go ahead.
your intention was to say, I want to open up both Pole Hill and the Adams Tunnel. That was your intention.
That's why I said it was a blanket request.
But you specifically mention Pole Hill, right? You have to answer audibly.
Yes. In the BOMET, yes.
But you didn't specifically mention the Adams, right?
I did not, although Kimberly made me aware of plans to use Adams Tunnel.
Okay, so...
And I did get authorization from WAPA from that request to use Adams Tunnel.
So you thought you had the right to use the Adams Tunnel?
Yes.
Did you ever tell anyone that in the middle of the fire?
I didn't need to because Lita was already working with Estes Park to figure out how to build circuits to put on the Adams Tunnel.
Okay, let's get this now down. Again, move customers onto the green path,
Yes.
July 29 to 31, right?
That was the easiest solution at the time, yes.
Where that CenturyLink and the city of Estes didn't start working on the Adams Tunnel until August 1, 2024, the next day.
Working on. They had been talking about it for several days prior to that.
And are you aware, do you think Lita was aware that you had a right to, at that point, July 31, August 1, do you think Lita knew you had a right to open up the Adams Tunnel in times of emergency?
I don't know what Lita knew at the time.
Tell them that.
It seems like they would have been aware of that because they were talking about it. So I guess they had to have been aware of it because they were talking about it.
On August 1 to 3, CenturyLink worked with Lita and Estes to open up an alternate route through the Adams Tunnel in the middle of the fire, right?
Yes.
The RPA was not involved in that work.
We were unable to be part of that work
Why were you unable?
because the city or the town of Estes Park had electronics connected to a pair of fibers, and the only folks that could work on this were essentially the town of Estes and CenturyLink to build, I don't know, an OC-48 or an OC-192, some sort of logical circuit in order to carry all that traffic onto what was then a Trailblazer town of Estes Park switch back into Granby. So there was nothing for us to do.
You didn't even know it was happening.
Yes, I did.
So, why didn't you go to WAPA? If you were aware, why didn't you go to WAPA and say, be aware this is happening?
Because I'd already sent an email asking for emergency use of their fibers.
Okay, we'll get to that. And they CenturyLink, when it established this third route through the Adams Tunnel, they used the exact fibers the RPA would have been able to use if it had opened it up in an emergency, right?
Yes, that pair of fibers would work, yes. There was no physical way to use those fibers, which is why the town of Estes Park had to leverage their connectivity into Granby in order for that to be successful.
Your testimony is, in the middle of the fire, Lita was absolutely aware that UPRPA had a right to open up the Adams Tunnel because there was an emergency.
I don't know what they were aware of, but I know they were talking about using the Adams Tunnel as a backup path. I don't recall which day. I know that week, and they started building it on Thursday after all of our moves were complete. And we were out of the loop at that point.
Okay, so let's now turn to Exhibit 211. At the very back, 211. Yes, sir.
Okay, I got 3 pages here.
Okay, perfect. And we're on page number 1 of 3. This is August 6th, that middle email from you to other people at PRPA. Do you see that?
Yes, that was my boss at the time.
And at the time, you are informing someone in PRPA that you had not gone to WAPA to make a formal request to open up the fiber, and as a result, you were somewhat frustrated, true?
I was frustrated because Estes Park didn't explicitly ask permission to do this with us, since the contract we had with WAPA was between us and WAPA, not town of Estes Park and WAPA.
So back to my question. You didn't even know this was happening August 1 to 3. You learned it after the fact, didn't you?
No, they were talking about this halfway through the week.
Talking about Adams Tunnel theoretically is different than working on opening up the fibers through the tunnel.
Well, if they're talking about it, I'm aware of it.
So you're aware they're talking about it on a theoretical basis.
Yes.
Were you aware that CenturyLink and Estes and Lita worked with WAPA to open up the tunnel on August 3? Were you aware they were completing that task on August 3?
I was aware once it was complete.
After it was complete, you became aware.
Yes.
And if you look at point number 1 in that middle email, there's some green after it. Mr. Rahesh, am I saying that correctly?
Yeah, close enough.
Mr. Rahesh says, is the concern that Estes Park moved CenturyLink onto the Adams Tunnel without WAPA's approval? Answer, yes, that is the primary concern. We are obligated per our agreement to request this from Estes has to communicate their intention to PRPA, so PRPA can communicate with WAPA. There is no agreement between Estes and WAPA. The additional concern is the comment Lita made about Estes working directly with CenturyLink on an agreement to use this connection in the future. See that?
Yes, I do.
And so you thought Estes should have gone to you to ask you to go to WAPA, right?
Yes, they should have formally requested that from us.
So did the city of Estes know that you informed the city of Estes that if there's an emergency, I can open up a path through the Adams Tunnel?
Yes.
They were well aware of it before the fire.
Yes, they were.
So Estes Park knew all along when this temporary path was in place, even if I have routes between Loveland and Estes that are not geographically purple, then collapses onto a portion of the purple. If there's an emergency, I, City of Estes, know I can create a geodiverse path to Adams Tunnel. They knew that the whole time. That he told them.
To your knowledge, yes.
I previously shared the agreement we have with WAPA for the Adams Tunnel use and have made them aware in the past that it's available, but it's an agreement between Platte River and WAPA.
That is all the questions that I have.
Wow, 11:59. Look at that. Sounds like a perfect time to take a lunch break right now. Take a break for an hour. Recess to them. Mr. Grant, step down. Thank you very much. You're not done yet, but you're close. You're getting there. You're getting close. I appreciate it. I appreciate it being on me. Not quite yet. Gotta wait for me first.
Okay. I'm just getting all my stuff situated. I got quite a bit of crap here.
Yes. We were trying to get your attention. No, we were trying to tell you, but it's wasn't really that important. It's just, that's it. You're right. Okay, well, deal with it. Oh. Hey, I'll be right back. Sorry for that delay. All right, we're gonna go back on the record with proceeding 24F-0470T. You're not gonna be. I go next.
Oh yeah.
So, we got my questions first, and then we'll do redirect after that. Okay. Works a lot better that way. In case I bring up something you want to redirect on as well. Okay. Mr. Grant, I will remind you are still under oath. I just have a few questions, so it won't be long. I'm not going to have you go to this, but I'm just going to look at it and talk about it first. There was a contract that extended the contract with CenturyLink with CenturyLink, correct?
Yes.
Did you negotiate that?
No, I was basically the technical side of that contract as far as providing the technical detail and the routes and the details of the.
Were you part of the team that negotiated it?
Yes.
Did you sign off on it? Do you know?
Yes, I did.
And that was finished in January 31st of 2023, correct? Does that sound right?
Sounds right.
Subject to check. And when did, the green path get moved?
That was in, February of 2023.
Right, so 1 month later.
Yes.
Or weeks later.
Yes.
And, that time, that contract doesn't say anything about that. You guys did not feel it was necessary to mention that this was going to, the path that they're buying, they're paying for is not going to be there in 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
Because it was temporary and the path was longer, so the monetary value wasn't an issue, and the length of how long it took to get to where we were in that contract. I don't think anybody really made the call, but nothing occurred because of that. And I think it was more of a temporary move.
I mean, you mentioned it's temporary.
Yeah.
And throughout your testimony today, it seemed to be very important to you that you did not want to tell CenturyLink anything about anything that was going on unless you had firm dates. Stuff.
Yes, and I wasn't trying to hide anything, but I was really afraid to commit to construction timelines until we really knew. And I mean, they had been pushing this back for several years at that point, so I was just hesitant.
But Mr. Steves went through a whole length of didn't mention then whatever.
Right.
And your response nearly every time was, we didn't know exactly when that was going to happen.
Yes.
Or how long.
Right. And WAPA unfortunately did not communicate that well with us on the telecom and fiber side. The transmission side was their focus, and the fiber side was kind of an afterthought for us. So we really struggled to get dates and clarifications on, you know, even once they were done, the repairs they had to go through, because they had to do several repairs, and we had to retest that cable 3 different times. So it was just this constant moving target for us. I wasn't intentionally trying to withhold any information or timelines, though.
But so you said it. I mean, and you didn't tell them during this renegotiation because you assumed it was temporary.
Correct.
Define temporary for me.
Well, until the construction was complete.
I know, but I mean, what were you anticipating that construction to be? A month, 6 months, a year, 2 years? I mean, what's temporary?
Roughly a year, possibly less, possibly more, depending on how well that construction actually went. Our ultimate goal with contracts and the current contract we're negotiating with them today, which is an extension of the existing contract, but it's a 3 or 5 year term, is to have one path on the green and one path on the purple. And that's been our intention for, I don't know, 4 or 5 years since the long haul 34 path was completed just, I don't know, 4 years ago. The ultimate goal is to have CenturyLink on both paths and have that contractually.
So, the entire time after the first email, so fire, did you ever have any contact with CenturyLink about the speed with which it was going, the expected anything?
I don't believe so, no.
So, Mr. Steves also brought up a point about the 30 days notice and stuff like that.
Yes.
And when, I mean, I'm kind of struck by the fact that immediately when this fire happens, you're able to get on it.
Sure.
So at that point, I think you kind of know you're going to be close. I mean,
oh, we knew we were close. We had a conversation like a week or two prior to that about getting ready to do this. So we were timing is everything with this.
You said you had a conversation internally.
Yes, and we had put our test circuit on there that we were, you know, basically we run those a month, maybe 2 months before we're certain there's not going to be any issues.
And it was your belief that CenturyLink, I'm assuming, was your belief CenturyLink was aware of the fact that there was not the physical diversity at that time?
Yes.
But if you were that close, why was there no email sent or any notification made to say, hey, you know, we're going to do this again, we're close to putting it back the other way?
I think if this fire would have been a month later, that they would have received some heads up that this is coming.
But I mean, it was ready then. I mean, I don't care what would have happened a month later. I care about what didn't happen on July 1st.
Right.
It wasn't that?
We were still in testing mode with our one circuit. Generally, we want to test things for at least a month and make sure, again, because there were so many repairs in so many different places, we just wanted to ensure that our circuit that we had put on there was reliable. And then we followed up with that second internal official request, put our primary local electric network on that cable.
Mr. Steese also brought you to 3 different emails and different repairs or things are going to be done, and each of the 3 emails had a different set of people.
They did.
Why?
So one of those emails was the national group, the level 3. And again, when I first started, the contacts I had, I was trying to build the appropriate contacts and finding out who I really need to reach out to. So that first email that had those 3 folks, I don't remember the names. I do remember getting those contacts because I wasn't sure who to reach out to, and it was probably one of the first times I had to go through that. So as time went on, and depending on if it was Quest Corp or Level 3, I was just trying to fine-tune my communication. I wasn't specifically picking certain people for certain emails. I know it wasn't consistent, though.
Well, I mean, and I think, and I don't recall exactly what exhibits they were now. But my memory that the last one, the one that really is of interest here, had the fewest amount of people on it. Why would that be? I mean, and also was latest in time. So if that's the latest in time and it's the fewest amount of people, why did you cut some people off?
So I felt that was the right group. The 2 key people would be Christina and Change Management. Change Management is their notification center for all the work done on their network. As someone who's previously worked in a NOC, that group is required to make sure that everybody involved is communicated internally. So I was comfortable with that email and who I sent that to.
One second. Oh, and I think in your testimony you mentioned something about that CenturyLink had dark fiber and lit fiber. Is that correct? My knowledge?
We only provide them dark fiber.
Oh, until they light it? They're the ones that light it?
Oh, so probably the Adams Tunnel. There was already electronics on both ends of the dark fiber that the city of town of Estes Park had configured, and they worked with CenturyLink to build service to take from CenturyLink that's compatible with their equipment, so they could transmit that to Granby. That was a lit service that the town of Estes, working with Leda and CenturyLink, created.
I think you're going to probably be done, but give me one more second. It's done with me. Oh, I just want to bring it real quickly, and I'm going to actually have you go into your book. Okay. It's going to be in your testimony. Actually, I want to talk about that email. In your rebuttal testimony. In your rebuttal testimony, you put that email. That's one place I know where it's at real quickly.
And which number, big number is that?
Tell me what is his rebuttal testimony, what exhibit number that is?
100?
109.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, bring it up. Bring it up.
I got it.
If you get to page 6 is up there too. Get on page 6. That's his email that you sent. Now, I am not an engineer. I don't know these things. What in here, is it your belief, would tell CenturyLink that this work would take months?
It'd be the second sentence under the what paragraph at the top. This work is being done to avoid a long-term outage while WAPA rebuilds their transmission line and OPGW cable from Loveland to Estes Park.
So you believe that sentence would tell them it would take months to be completed?
Yes.
Why?
Two things. I said long-term and a complete rebuild of the transmission line and the fiber cable route from Loveland to Estes Park. Just geographically a long distance to rebuild power lines.
The next part, when it says when, and it says work start time 10 a.m., work completion time 2 p.m., window duration 4 hours, expected impact less than 10 minutes. You think that doesn't contradict or doesn't make it question?
Well, that's the length of the time to make the jumper moves to prepare for this construction. And there's two cues there. The note in red, we will need to work with local technicians to ensure this move is successful, followed by the where we have to move patch cables on both ends and move it to the long haul 34 cable.
Before this work was started, how long did you think it would take?
I was guesstimating somewhere around a year.
How long did it end up taking?
Boy. Technically, they were done, and we had reconfirmed testing sometime in May or June of 2024. So, year and a half.
Hang on, I'm going to stop you there. You said you reconfirmed testing May of 2024. So what was still left after May of 2024?
Once we're done testing, we put that test circuit on to start monitoring operation of that test circuit. And that likely occurred in June when we put that on.
When was that done? How long does that take?
We usually do 4 to 6 weeks, sometimes longer if we have problems.
You have problems?
We didn't.
So 4 weeks would be 1st of July. Everything should have been done at 1st of July.
Yes, we were about there, yes.
And did you send an email to CenturyLink saying we're all set to go?
I hadn't yet, no.
Hi.
I guess we weren't quite ready to move them at the time.
There was no updates ever given.
I did not provide any updates, nor was I asked for any updates, not a single one.
And in this email that I'm talking about, that one sentence tells me, if I'm working at CenturyLink, that this line is going to be moved, and it's going to be moved for a year and a half, because it would go from February till August, February of 2023 to August of 2024. That's
Okay.
what that sentence says?
No.
Kind of what you told me, that it's going to be out for a long time.
Right. Yeah, I mean, essentially, it's a long-term outage, yes. I didn't specify the exact duration, though.
No, but I mean, it could be out forever. It could be out for whatever length of time, up to whatever.
Sure. Yes. Yes.
That is, I think, all I got. Now,
Okay.
You redirect.
Brother, can I ask a question of protocol before council stands?
Sure.
Just, you're asking questions, do I ever get an opportunity to examine about your questions or not?
Absolutely not.
Okay, I just didn't know.
Absolutely not. You get one shot. You get one bite of that apple, and you're done.
I didn't know if it went you to me to him.
No, I understand. I understand you asking that, and I've had that happen before. When I first started practicing, we had recross. Where I was in Denver court, and I got up to do recross. The judge looked at me like I was nuts. And so I have learned a long time ago, no recross, or we're here forever.
I respect that. I just wanted to make sure I understood.
That's fine. No problem. All right, go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Grant. Mr. Grant, I want to start by turning you to Exhibit 107. And to page 7. And if we could blow up to Figure 2. And I want to just recalibrate when we're talking about the paths and the colors, so that we can be clear for the record. The colors that CenturyLink was using in this confidential map that I'll point to in front of me here, those path colors are different than the path colors that LIDA uses in its formal complaint. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And so to avoid confusion, Your Honor, because the paths that we've all talked about, the colors are, they flip-flop the colors on us here. So, you know, I'll be referring to the Highway 3443 path, which in LIDA's formal complaint is the green path. Okay?
Yeah, all right, yeah, just for the record, my advisors actually asked me the same question about going back and forth as to which one was which. So, so what was previously the green path, you shall now be referring to as the
purple path.
Purple path.
Uh-huh.
And the purple path, what was previously the purple path, shall now be
the green path.
the green path. Okay.
It's like a bizarro world.
Okay.
But, you know, I would say that we refer to them as these colors, and CenturyLink referred to them as these colors during the fire in its own records. And so I don't think we're the ones that have injected this confusion.
Yeah, no, it's just at the start of the hearing, I kind of wanted to get it's all on the same page as to what we're calling them, so that when I'm going through a transcript, you're going through a transcript, they're going through a transcript, we're not getting confused as to which is the purple, which is the green, depending upon who's testifying. Honestly, if you can, I'd rather you called it 34 or, what we call the other one?
Pole Hill.
Pole Hill. I'd rather you call it that. If you're calling one that we've determined to be green, purple, and one we've termed purple, green, I really think that's going to be confusing.
Me too.
So, if you can do it their way, great. If you want to call it 34 and pole, make it easier that way, that's fine. But I'm going to ask that you not do it the exact opposite, or else it's going to be incredibly confusing.
Okay, I'll do my best, with the understanding that our exhibits and the way we set up the complaint was this way.
Like I said, if you want to call it pole and you want to call it 34, do it that way. Okay, because pole is going to be the lower one, is going to be the green.
Correct.
And 34 is going to be the purple. So if you want to do it that way, that'd be great. I just don't want to cause a ton of confusion for everyone.
Yeah, as it relates to the formal complaint, for the record, I'll just say it. As it relates to the formal complaint, Poleville is the purple path, and the Highway 3443 is the green path from the formal complaint, just for the record.
Okay. What are you going to refer to?
I'm going to use the numbers and the names, not the colors, is what I'm going to try to do.
Okay, that'd be great. That's fine.
All right, and just at the outset here, we'll get into some more details as we go through your redirect testimony here, but I just want to get up front. There's a lot of time spent with Mr. Steese on questions relating to PRPA's sort of involvement or fault in connection with diversity in the Estes Valley during that time that the Pole Hill path was disconnected by CenturyLink. I just want to ask you, is PRPA, sir, a basic emergency service provider?
No, we are not.
Okay, and who in Colorado is basic emergency service provider?
That would be CenturyLink.
And to your knowledge, is CenturyLink the only basic emergency service provider? Colorado?
In the state of Colorado, yes.
Okay, so PRPA isn't, for example, regulated by the commission as it relates to 911 circuits?
Correct. Correct. Sorry.
And is, to your knowledge, is PRPA responsible for ensuring CenturyLink's compliance with its 911 obligations?
No, we are not.
And is PRPA responsible for tracking CenturyLink's 911 fiber network and how it exists even at the Estes Valley or anywhere?
No.
And is PRPA responsible for tracking how CenturyLink actually uses the fibers that PRPA leases? So, for example, whether they are lit or unlit?
No.
Because PRPA simply leases dark fiber paths?
Correct.
And to your knowledge, has CenturyLink ever communicated to PRPA something effective, hey, we are delegating our duties as a 911 provider to you, PRPA.
No.
Let's just talk a little bit about who PRPA is. You were asked some questions during your cross-examination about the member communities of PRPA. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And you were asked questions about communications, the types of communications that PRPA may have with its member communities. Recall that?
Yes.
Is CenturyLink a member community of PRPA?
No.
Is CenturyLink a customer of PRPA?
A dark fiber customer, yes.
As a practical matter, does PRPA communicate everything it communicates to its members that it does to its customers?
No.
Because those two groups of folks are differently situated. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Is LIDA a member community in PRPA?
No.
Is LIDA even a customer of PRPA for 911 service?
No.
And so does that explain, for example, why PRPA communicates things like, for example, a fiber move notification to CenturyLink and not to LIDA?
Yes.
All right, let's talk about that fiber move notification. You turn to Exhibit 100, Tab 4, and there's a public version of this. Are you there, sir?
Yes.
Okay. So we've now talked about this at length, but I want to just speak to a few different things. When you said you sent this to Christina, you were talking about Miss Rangel, for the record. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And who was she as it related to you? Who did you think she was?
Regional manager and someone we have been in communication with in the past.
And would you describe her as your primary point of contact as it related to fibers in this area?
Yes.
And as you explained it, change management is a group that would receive this. In your experience in the NOC, what did you understand that to mean, change management?
Change management is to take on any maintenance or impactful notifications. They take that information and they need to determine how that will impact their network. And I'm assuming they would also ensure the correct departments, affected departments, would be notified, as that's a typical NOC operation.
All right, now if we
doesn't know, testifying about what happened at.
Well, first I gotta say, what's NOC stand for?
No, I was referring simply, well, I was referring to his experience. You said, you testified earlier that you have worked in a NOC.
Yeah, NOC means Network Operations Center.
Second off, what is your belief that, if he can answer what his belief is when he sends that out, he doesn't know if that actually happens. It's his belief if he sends it out that it goes to various people.
Yes, I'm certain that change management is the catch-all for maintenance and construction and outage notifications. What they do with that information, I can only assume.
But that was your expectation, I think, is the point of the test.
That is correct. That would be an expectation.
All right, let's just turn to the bottom of this page. If you can just move your eyes down to the bottom. And in fact, is that exactly what you directed the readers of this email to do? What does it say there?
Yes, it says, please forward this email to others within your organization as needed. Let me know if you have any questions or concerns. We will do our best to keep the outage time to a minimum.
Okay, and at that time, or anywhere in the near future after this, did Ms. Rangel or anyone else within CenturyLink say, hey, this impacts 911, you need to send this to someone else?
No.
And by the way, this notification does it clearly identify that 911 fibers are going to be moved?
Yes, we labeled those 4 fibers.
And there's been some discussion and answer testimony about sort of what the scope of this was, and some insinuation that this was treated as a simple maintenance notification. So I want to direct your attention to the subject line of the email. What does the subject line say?
Subject line says fiber move maintenance notification.
Okay, so did you expect that the reader of this would understand that fibers are being moved?
Yes.
And in fact, I think Mr. Steese asked you some questions, and he's referring to this as a fiber relocation notification. Is that correct? Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
And as far as being a routine maintenance notification, is it routine for WAPA to rebuild its entire transmission line over whatever is a 40-mile path from Estes Valley to Loveland?
No.
Park, excuse me.
No, it's not routine at all.
All right, then in bold underline we have the what, and Your Honor asked you some questions about this what section in here, and we do see that you're referring to this as a long-term outage while WAPA rebuilds their transmission line. At that point, did anyone?
I'm going to correct you there. It says to avoid a long-term outage.
Yes, Your Honor.
It does not say it's going to be a long-term outage.
Yes, to avoid. Yep, that's why you're moving the fibers.
Correct.
Because if you didn't move them, they'd be down for a long time.
Exactly, yes.
And with this notice, did anyone from CenturyLink respond and say, well, how long are the poles going to, is the path going to be down?
No.
Do you recall CenturyLink's answer testimony claiming that CenturyLink was not aware of the WAPA rebuild of the transmission lines before the fire?
Yes.
And do you dispute that testimony based on what we read here?
Yes.
Because it says that plainly right here.
Yes, I communicated that.
All right, and then it says in the when, and I think you articulated this for Your Honor, but the when and the timing here is explaining how long the move is going to take. Is that fair?
Yes, to move from one cable to the other.
And so, did you expect that the reader might think, well, the cable's only going to be moved for 4 hours to rebuild the WAPA line?
No.
Is that what you expected?
No, that's not what I expected.
All right, and in the when section, you put in red. So was that why did you put that in red? Oh.
Yeah, just trying to get attention to make sure that they understood we needed to work with local techs to do this.
All right, and we'll have some questions about this, but let's just cut to the chase on this. Who actually disconnected the Pole Hill path? Was it PRPA?
No.
Who disconnected the Pole Hill path?
That would be the techs at CenturyLink at the COs.
And were you involved in administering that or facilitating that?
We were.
Was it more than just the CenturyLink techs who were involved in facilitating and overseeing the disconnection of the Pole Hill path?
Well, ultimately, we had to provide the information to the techs to find their locations in the COs on both sides and to locate the fibers in Estes Park in order to do this, as they did not know what they needed to move. And that's why I stated this in red, because we have done this with them before. They knew that we needed to get the local guys involved so we could successfully do this.
And does the notice that you provided here identify that the fiber paths are going into Estes Park Town Hall?
Yes.
So, are you familiar with how many fiber paths CenturyLink had going into and out of Estes Park at this time?
The only fibers I'm familiar with going in and out of Estes were the leased fibers that we were providing them.
Okay. And so if the reader, if I'm CenturyLink, does CenturyLink understand this is impacting at least one of our two fiber paths? That's fine.
Sorry, can you restate the question?
Was it your expectation that CenturyLink would understand one of their two 911 fiber paths that would be affected by this fiber move?
Yes, very much so.
And you reference that fibers are being moved off the WAPA OPGW, and we've talked now a little bit about OPGW. That just means what the actual fiber is, type of fiber we're talking about, right?
And the path, yeah.
Okay, right. And it's being moved onto the quote long haul 34 cable. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what is the 34 referencing?
Depending on the map, it represents the north path up Highway 34 and then onto Highway 43 into Estes Park.
Okay. And is that terminology that you had ever used with CenturyLink before?
Yes, I believe we've mentioned that with them before.
Okay. And in fact, Mr. Cease walked you through leases where we can see the paths, the maps of the paths. So would it be your expectation that CenturyLink would understand the path that this was referring to?
Both that and if they didn't, to ask for clarification, yes.
Okay, and did anyone ask you for clarification?
No.
There were some questions about, and I'm going to do this thing here, moving the mic. There were some questions about, well, couldn't there have been this hypothetical path that cut over here at Drake, I want to say?
Yeah, Drake.
And didn't go along Highway 43 and just cut down along Highway 34. Do you recall that?
Yes. Yes.
And had in all of your experiences with CenturyLink and negotiating leases and working through the different fiber paths that were available, was it your understanding that CenturyLink was fully aware there was no path there?
Nope. Provided by us, yes.
Provided by PRPS.
Correct.
Yeah. All right, and then you actually put in bold, I see here, the different distance that this path is going to take. Is that another cue to your reader that this was a fiber move to an entirely different path?
Yes. That was very intentional to make sure that they confirm their equipment, as optics have a certain distance limitation, that they were aware of that added distance so their equipment could handle that added length.
And at the time that you provided this notice, does PRPA have insight into what CenturyLink's other 911 fibers look like, or what its fiber network looks like?
No.
So does PRPA know if CenturyLink has fiber paths out of Estes Park using someone else's fibers?
I have no knowledge if they do.
All right, so was it your expectation at this time, understanding what you said, that CenturyLink is the 911 provider, did you expect that if it did not know where its 911 fibers were being moved to, that it would follow up and ask that question?
Yes.
Because you would expect that the 911 provider would actually know where its fibers are for 911 in the field.
I would expect that, yes.
All right, and down again, back at the bottom, I want to just refer back to that. You say, please forward this email to others within your organization as needed. are you aware of whether CenturyLink, whether that actually happened, whether change management or Ms. Rangel forwarded it to others?
I do not know if they forwarded that to anybody else.
All right, well, let's look at some exhibits. Let's turn to 109. Oh, excuse me, 109. Yeah, same exhibit that we were on, but I want to turn your attention to page JG 167. Oh, sorry, the commission, it's 5 of 17. 109, sorry, 109, tab 4. My apologies. I'll get this straight. 100,
And I don't,
100, tab 4.
There's no tab 4 on 109.
Yeah, I got it. My apologies. Exhibit 100, tab 4. Five of 17.
Which page?
5 of 17.
Thank you.
It's got JG 167 at the
great.
bottom. All right, do you recognize this email chain?
Yes, I do.
And you're on it?
Yes, I am.
It says from Chad Pepler. Who's Chad Pepler?
He is a CenturyLink employee.
All right, and how many, and we can see this down actually at the email below because the top email just has links, but we can see the actual email addresses in the email below. How many CenturyLink folks are on this email chain?
Like 7.
Okay, and they include Chad Pepler, Christine Rangel, John Turner. You know who John Turner is?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And Thomas Longan, Change Management, Travis Hudson, and Mike Mitchell. See that?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of this email chain? To your knowledge.
To try and figure out the impact of this maintenance notification on CenturyLink's side.
Okay, and Mr. Pepler says in his email to you, Jeff, that would be fine so we can iron down times. However, I would like to do a meet on site at the town hall. What town hall is he referring to?
Yes, Park Town Hall.
Okay. So we can see what is being moved and there will be no misunderstandings.
Correct.
And did you, in fact, facilitate what Mr. Pepler was requesting so that there would be no misunderstandings as to what was being moved and where it was going?
There were meetings up in Estes. Yes.
All right, can you turn to hearing exhibit 201, tab 32. Yes, sir. Let me, yes. CenturyLink's designation, but yes. $32. So it's tab 32. Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Have you ever seen this document before? I'll represent to you that you're not on this communication, sir.
Not sure you're in the right place. One of us is not. This is 200, right?
Yes. 201.
201?
32.
201. Okay, yeah, okay. Okay.
Now, I'll just direct your attention to the back because it's like most email chains starts with the latest in time at the back. Are you there?
Yes.
Okay, so on page 6 of 6 and on 5 of 6, we have the notification that you sent, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the next email up, do you see who's that from?
Your Honor, after to testify about personal knowledge, so unless he can establish that he has personal knowledge of this, he shouldn't be asking questions about it.
Yeah, I mean, my response to that is he put on a whole show about no one at CenturyLink knew. He's accusing this man of not giving him notice to the right people. I asked him about what his expectations are. We're going to see that, as expected, this email is sent from the vendor, the change management, to what we will see is dozens of people at CenturyLink. So I don't need to go through this with him, and I can go through it with Mr. Kunkelman, but I think it's fair for this witness to see that what he thought would happen actually did happen.
It's already admitted into evidence. He can see what it says and see what he knows about it, but I understand he's not on it. I understand he has no personal knowledge of what happened on this. It has been admitted into evidence. Mr. Kunkelman, in his testimony, can probably redirect and probably clean up anything you think gets messed up.
And so my main point is that your notice gave CenturyLink, put CenturyLink on notice that 911 was going to be affected. And the next email up from CMT vendor Q, see that?
Yes.
It says, note, 911 is affected by this maintenance. See that?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, this is what would be expected to happen when a big notification like this goes out. It's going to engineering, it's going to operations manager, and they're all trying to figure out what to do.
All the people.
All the people.
Okay. So now we turn to the first page, and I'm not going to spend much time on this because, yes, you are not on this exhibit, but I just want, because on the first page we can actually see some of the names because the names are listed out with Glenn Wiltsey being the first. You know who Glenn Wiltsey is?
I do not.
And then by my count, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, at least 10 folks on this chain, including whoever is included in local transport engineers, correct?
Correct.
You don't know who that is. Who's in local transport
No,
engineers?
that's a whole other department of engineers.
Okay. I did want to just turn to page 1123, which is page 2 of 6. When I say 1123, I'm referring to that Bates number, but it's page 2 of 6. So flip to the next page over. We can see that one of the people on this chain is Jonathan Pouts, and who do we see in his email signature block? Who's he?
Senior manager, access knock, L knock.
And you recall from Mr. Kunkelman's answer testimony that you responded to, do you recall whether he said that the 911 knock was on notice of this fiber move?
I don't recall, but I don't recall.
All right, Mr. Steese asked you some questions about the 30-day notice provision in PRPA's lease fiber relocation. Recall those questions?
Yes. After
You notified CenturyLink of the fiber relocation on February 6th in the email that we just looked at. Did anyone at CenturyLink respond and say, hey, PRPA, we need more time before you do this?
No.
Did anyone with CenturyLink say, or threaten or say, we will terminate our lease if you don't give us more time on the Pole Hill path?
No.
And did anyone with CenturyLink follow up and ask PRPA whether there was a different option, a different path that you could put CenturyLink on?
No.
And when I say did they ever ask, did they ask it in the next 9 days after you sent the notice?
No.
Did they ask it in the next month?
I never received that question.
How about in the next year? Did they ever ask that question?
No.
And in fact, the notice that was provided, the length of the notice, allowed for you to coordinate CenturyLink to actually disconnect the Pole Hill path. Is that?
Yes.
There was also some questions about, what you knew and when you knew it with respect to the WAPA rebuild and their future plans related to that. Had that been in the works for several years?
Yes, it had.
And was it a moving target with respect to when it was actually going to happen?
Yes.
And can I get several years? What is that? What do you mean by several years?
I believe we started talking about this in 2021.
It started in 20.
Well, we'd been discussing this actually way back before that, to Chuck's comment about representing Longmont for Platte River, discussing this was coming. But the actual construction moving target, I believe we started talking in 2021 about trying to start later that year, and it just kept scooting back. They had issues with contractors and all kinds of logistical and financial issues in order to kickstart the project.
Thank you.
All right, and so with respect to PRPA's customers, as opposed to, let's say, its members, when does PRPA advise its customers of something like a fiber move? Matter of course.
Generally, when we know for certain we can commit to a date, we will choose a notification at that point, and it's generally a 3-week notification.
Okay, so you do not notify customers of potential concepts or theoretical moves?
We do not. We don't want our customers to overcommit to an unguaranteed date, and that's the main reason why we do that. Until we are certain we can hold that date, we don't commit to it.
All right, and there were some questions for Mr. Steese about who PRPA should have been communicating with. Was LIDA a party to the lease agreement for the Pole Hill fiber?
No.
Is PRPA responsible for communicating with CenturyLink's customers?
No.
Would that be appropriate?
It would
in
not.
this context? You recall there's a lot of lines of questions along the theme of CRPA keeping CenturyLink in the dark with respect to the WAPA rebuild and the fact that Pole Hill had been disconnected by CenturyLink. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And was it your intention to hide the ball when you coordinated to have CenturyLink's own technicians disconnect Pole Hill Path?
No.
And I'm going to try to refresh your recollection here because, Your Honor, excuse me. I think time of the day I need some Diet Coke.
Yeah.
I need the heavy stuff.
Caffeine, man.
So, sorry, I lost my train of thought. But there was a line of questioning or a question or two from Your Honor about, whether you had updated or kept CenturyLink in the loop. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's go to 110. Tab 12. Yes. No, the whole thing really isn't, but we'll just don't put it on the screen. Are you there, sir?
Yes.
Do you recognize this email? The lengthy email chain.
Been a lot of emails, so I don't believe I have seen this.
Why don't we turn to the back?
Yeah.
Let's start like
part
we
of the
should.
way.
Turn to the back. The email chain starts in October of 2023. See that? Top of
Yes.
page 11.
Yes.
And the subject of this email is Quest Corporation license agreement for Estes Park Fiber Ring. See that?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection about the subject of this email?
Yes.
What was it about?
The license agreement with the Estes Park and the ring fibers up in Estes.
As you mentioned in your direct testimony, I believe, license agreement that's a term that's essentially interchangeable with a lease. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So, in this email chain, are you negotiating a lease agreement for the Estes Park fibers?
I didn't go into this exhibit, and he's been leading throughout, and I have not been objecting. And so, when he talk about a new exhibit as his witness, he should ask open-ended questions and not lead.
Pick up the microphone next time.
I apologize. I'll make it more plain. I stand up out of habit, and I apologize.
That's fine.
Sure.
I understand, and I appreciate that. I just don't want to get in trouble with Casey again.
I don't either, so thank you.
Yeah, I'm just trying to move this along. I'm happy to ask open-ended questions. Is this email about a lease renewal negotiation?
Yes, it is.
And who are you communicating with in this email chain?
Well, initially, it's our contract administrator who's communicating with Larry Whitman. Ultimately, I step in and provide some technical detail on that lease.
And at this time, what was the status of CenturyLink's lease for 911 fibers at Estes Park? Do you recall?
What was the status of their lease?
Yeah, what was the status of the existing as far as its term?
So I think it was an annual term at the time.
Okay. Now, it looks like you had a lengthy back and forth emails. So I want to direct your attention to sorry, just one second. It's the page 8 of 12.
Okay.
Now we are in January of 2024.
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to the email from you to Larry Whitman on January 11th. You see that?
Yes.
Who is Larry Whitman?
Larry is one of the contacts we have at CenturyLink.
Does he negotiate the leases, PRPA?
Yes.
Okay. And so you're talking about fibers, the fibers that are going to be subject to the leases. I want to direct your attention to the third paragraph, it would be the fourth paragraph down. Paragraph starts, note that the fibers.
Okay, I see that.
This is this approximately how long before the fire is this email being sent?
Almost 6 months, 7 months.
And then, can you read what you say to him? Tell Larry.
Yeah, I told Larry, note the fibers on the long haul 34 cable used to be on an OPGW cable with WAPA's transmission line. Okay, I'll start over. Note that the fibers on the long haul 34 cable used to be on an OPGW cable with WAPA's transmission line, which had different allocations, but was moved due to WAPA's 16-month construction project still to be completed.
So in this email, were you hiding the ball with respect to what was happening with the WAPA transmission lines?
No, I was trying to let them know that that was still going on.
Did you tell them how long it had been going on?
Well, I suggested a 16-month project.
Okay. And did you tell them that it wasn't finished yet?
Correct. Still to be completed.
All right, and Mr. Whitman's negotiating the contracts. Did at that time Mr. Whitman say to you, that's unacceptable, or we shouldn't be paying for this?
No.
Did Mr. Whitman demand that PRPA immediately put CenturyLink back on Pole Hill?
No, he seemed to not be concerned with that at all.
All right, now if we look later in this email chain, to page that is 1 of 12. Do you see that? So these are the latest emails in the chain.
Yes.
And I'm looking at the email on the bottom half of page 1, which is from July 22nd. You see that?
Yes, I do.
2024. Is that before the fire started, sir?
Yes.
Who do we see is added to this email chain?
Objection, lack of personal knowledge. He again is not on this email. If he wants to ask Mr. Kunkelman questions, he can, but he shouldn't be testifying about facts he has no personal knowledge of.
I think you can see whose name's listed and probably say whose name's added or not. I'm not gonna let him do that one.
Okay, who's copied in the CC?
That would be Tim Kunkelman.
All right, and I skipped something that I overlooked. I want to turn you back to page 8. The very bottom of the page, and this is, again, your email to Larry explaining what happened, what's happening with the long-haul 34 cable on the Pole Hill path that was moved to the long-haul 34 cable. At the very bottom of that page, what do you explain to Mr. Whitman, starting with County Road 43?
I stated that County Road 43, Drake to Glen Haven, is the same physical cable as the long haul 43.
What does that mean? Can you explain that?
It just means they're both on the same cable between Drake and Glen Haven.
Both what?
All services, both services.
So both of CenturyLink's 9-1 fibers are in the same cable from Drake to Glen Haven?
Yes.
Just give me 1 second as I transition to
No problem.
different exhibit. All right, so do you recall Mr. Steese asking you some questions about PRPA allegedly not keeping CenturyLink apprised of the status of the WAPA rebuild and the timeliness of when it was going to be back online?
Yes.
So aside from this last email chain that we just looked at where you were providing an update on that, did you understand any additional details? Did you have specific knowledge of when WAPA was going to be finishing its project?
No.
And when it came time for PRPA to start to try to test that fiber, as you explained, can you just explain that process for the judge? How long does it take?
Sure.
Fibers.
Yeah, so initially it was the contractors that have to test the fiber, and so they have an electronic device, and they go to each end of that, so they would be in Estes Park, and they're basically shooting light on each individual strand, and there's 36 strands for us, all the way to Loveland, and then from Loveland all the way back. They provide that report to us, and we analyze several pages for each strand to look for attenuation. It's kind of a long-scaled graph over distance over time, and it shows attenuation and issues if there are any. Once we receive that, if we don't agree with those results, we'll ask them to test again. But regardless, we will then test it ourselves and confirm their findings. And again, it's every single strand individually from each location.
Okay, and ultimately there was some discussion and questioning about around mid-July you were starting to look at putting CenturyLink back on the Pole Hill path.
Yes, we're looking to restore all services that had been moved off back onto that Pole Hill path.
Okay, and Mr. Steese asked you a question about a 30-day notice provision for when you were going to put them back on. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I guess what I want to ask you is what would have changed if you had given CenturyLink notice in mid-July, 30-day notice that you were going to put them back on Pole Hill, vis-a-vis the fire?
Absolutely nothing.
Okay, because the fire happened.
And we would have moved them because of the fire at that point, proactively. Right.
And if you had given CenturyLink this 30-day notice, was it your expectation that CenturyLink would say, hey, PRPA, in about 2 weeks, there's going to be this huge fire, so we need to be moved quicker? Is that have been your expectation?
No,
Did you know there was going to be a fire in a couple of weeks?
I did not. If I did, we would have handled things a little differently.
I was gonna say, if you knew that.
Sure. That's what I say. Timing's everything.
No one knew there was going to be a fire.
It's hard to predict.
But what you were doing was standard practice with respect to bringing customers back online. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it is, because it's a coordinated effort among everybody. It's slightly impactful to everybody, and we only want to ever do it once. So we want to feel 100% confident before we put our customers back on our infrastructure to make sure they don't have any problems.
All right. There was also some questions from Mr. Steese about what segments, column or sections of the fiber path were threatened by the Alexander Mountain fire. Do you recall those questions?
I do, yes.
And it's my understanding that Mr. Steese was attempting to, pin you down on the fact that only the Loveland to Drake section was threatened by the Alexander Mitchell fire. Do you recall that?
I recall that questioning, yes.
Are you in public safety, sir?
No, I'm not.
Are you a firefighter?
No.
And there was a time when he presented you with his deposition. Did you testify that section was the only section that was under threat in your deposition? Is that what you recall reading?
No.
Are you aware whether there were evacuations in other areas, let's say around the section from Drake to Glen Haven?
Yes, I was aware of evacuations up and around Drake, yes.
And that's the path that was, as we noted that you told Mr. Whitman here, that's the path that was collapsed in the same cable. Can you explain, for Your Honor, what that means to be collapsed into the same cable?
Yes, it means it's the same physical cable, but different strands within that cable. So there's 12 buffer tubes, there's 12 strands in each tube. So they were in a different buffer tube, but all within the same cable, attached to the same poles, taking the same path.
All right, you were also presented with a map, and I just want to clarify the record on that. The map showing fire dangers, I think is what it said. Did you create that map?
No.
You know who did?
I don't.
All right, let's talk about the fire. We heard you say that the fire started on July 29th.
Yes.
To your knowledge, explain to us, what your experience is with respect to what CenturyLink knew or didn't know as to its 911 fiber paths at the outset of the fire.
I was only aware that there was 911 services on our long haul cables, and that's it.
Okay. And was CenturyLink confused? Were you involved in CenturyLink? Let me just lay some foundation. Were you at the Emergency Operations Center ever, or did you attend any meetings?
I was connected to that remotely,
Okay.
As I was working both in the office and my home office, trying to coordinate with customers and my technicians while those EOC meetings were going on.
Okay, and CenturyLink at some point understands or learns that it's not on the Pole Hill path. CenturyLink at least becomes aware of that because you had disclosed it.
That we need to move.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so when you were moving folks back onto the Pole Hill path on July 31, can you explain sort of how that went as between the CenturyLink technicians and the CRPA technicians involved in that?
Objection, Your Honor. There was no questioning that went into this on cross-examination. It's beyond the scope of cross, excuse me.
I mean,
Give me a response.
Yeah, I mean, he asked questions about fiber swing back to Pole Hill. He asked a lot of questions about it, so I'm not sure how it's outside the scope of his cross.
Yeah, I think it's. I think we want to know what happened during this. Did ask questions concerning this time period. I think it's fair game.
So, can you just explain? Were there any issues with respect to trying to move CenturyLink fibers back to the Pole Hill path?
Yes.
Can you just explain that?
You bet. So, in speaking with Christina, there was a lot of confusion on CenturyLink's side about what fibers in the COs needed to be moved. Initially, the level 3 national guys were dispatched to our HQ. Ultimately, they dispatched techs up to Estes Park and 1 or 2 techs to the Loveland COs. The CenturyLink was leaning on us to tell them where in the CO these patch cables were, where this patch panel was, so they could move these jumpers, which dictate which path end to end they take. They didn't know where those were or what positions to put them on. And so I got one of our contractors involved who used to work for Platte River prior to that, CenturyLink, who had done these moves in the past, and he has a memory like an elephant, and was crucial in helping us tell CenturyLink where these positions within the COs were.
You mentioned Christina. Christina who?
Christine Rangel.
Okay.
And so we spoke on the phone back and forth. We have a text message conversation, her asking for our assistance to figure out these new positions. And it's why I initially stated in that outage notification that we need some local techs to help with this, because we knew at that time, and again during the fire, there's only a couple of guys that really know where these things are in the COs. And so that's what we were ultimately trying to accomplish with Christine, is to figure out where these positions were and get the right guys there to do this move. In addition to that, well, that's kind of how that started anyway.
All right, and what was Miss Rangel, who you've referred to as Christine or Christina, but what was Miss Rangel's role during the fire as far as coordinating the move from pole to pole hill?
My understanding was she was again, as the regional operations person, to coordinate with the local techs to get these moves done and direct them on what they need to do.
Was she your primary point of contact?
She was, yeah. We worked closely together for those first couple days, yeah.
She's one of the people that you included on your original notification that,
correct,
that the fiber had been moved off the pole hill.
Yes.
All right, so I want to turn you to Exhibit 100, tab 3, which is confidential. I don't think there is, well, no, you don't have to, because I'm going to be talking about this page that I think is redacted out. Thank you, though. Are you there, sir?
I am, yes.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention to the first page of this exhibit, which is a set of photographs. You see that?
Yes.
And without describing any circuit IDs or anything like that, I want you to just tell the judge what this picture depicts.
So this is a splice tray or a panel within a fiber panel in the CenturyLink telecom closet in Town Hall. What you see toward the upper side on the left is a bright red light. What that represents is, on the front of this panel, we plugged in what's called a red light, which allows you to kind of see physically where that light goes. If it's continuous and it goes out into the city somewhere, generally you wouldn't see a red light pop up anywhere inside of here. But what this shows is the ports that used to be used as the second connection with CenturyLink that we thought needed to be whole, and ultimately we made these whole that day. When we plugged a red light into the front of this panel on the back side, showed that it was cut and bundled up like this. So this was the pair of fibers we were troubleshooting with CenturyLink to try and figure out how to get this to the CO at Estes Park. And so and again, this was CenturyLink's facility. Their techs let us in. We're helping them identify what fibers they need to figure out how to fix to get to the CO.
And why did they need to get to the CO, based on your understanding?
My understanding was they needed this to have a backup connection for their 911 service.
Because prior to that, they only had one connection?
Yes.
Objection leading, and he said, objection leading, Your Honor. He said there was only one connection, and in testimony on direct, he specifically said he did not disconnect the Drake to Glen Haven path. So he has no idea if there's one, and so he just gave testimony that he absolutely does not know if it's true or not. And so I asked that it be stricken, especially since he answered before I had a moment to appeal.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm asking him what his understanding from the people on the ground were that day, and why. I mean, we can ask a different question. How long did it take to work, troubleshoot all this?
Hey, let me
Okay,
rule on
sorry.
that first, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he was sent there, what his understanding was of what was going on. I think.
Yes.
You can ask your question again.
And they were, we'll just back into it a different way. How much time do you recall was being spent on this issue, trying to rebuild this fiber path?
I would say 2 to 3 hours.
And was it your understanding that during the middle of the fire, CenturyLink would have been trying to rebuild that fiber if it wasn't necessary for 911?
Objection foundation calls for speculation about CenturyLink's state of mind.
I'm asking about what his understanding is from the techs on the ground, from Ms. Rangel, from everyone that you were working with during the fire. Did you have an understanding of why they were trying to work so hard to reconnect this fiber?
Objection foundation.
Hey, they gotta let me rule first.
Okay.
Response doesn't mean re-ask the question. Response means,
Well, I'm posing it to you, Your Honor, why I need to know it.
no, you're gonna win, so you're gonna just stop. No, I agree, his understanding. That's, overruled. You can ask it again now.
Well, I asked it so good before.
So, I'm sure you can improve. There's always improvement you can make. You know.
No, my question is, in working with Ms. Rangel, in working with the CenturyLink techs, and spending the time that PRPA spent to work on this, did you have an understanding as to why CenturyLink was trying to dedicate so much time to rebuilding this fiber path in the middle of a fire?
Yes, it appeared clear to us our mission was to figure out why they didn't have connectivity between Estes Park and Loveland on the second path and how to fix it. And in that process, we identified this cable, and then it became an effort in repairing this cable, locating that pair in the CO in order to get that connectivity back up. We would have never been here if this wasn't the focus of the CenturyLink network.
Hey, Mr. Larson.
Yes.
Well, I got a great second here. How much longer do you think you got?
I was just looking at that.
Okay.
I think about 15, maybe 20 minutes. Do we take a break?
We're at 2:22. So,
Yeah.
Around 2:30, I want to take a break. So we take it now and come
Let's
back?
just take it now.
Okay.
I can regroup and perhaps condense it. You know what lawyers always say. I'll make it really short.
It's like I have one more question too. Okay, let's take a break right now. It's 3, so let's say 2:40. Almost done. Promise you. Like I said, first guy has the worst job. You are. You're doing damn good work. What do you like to do? Shall go back on the record. And Mr. Grant, I will remind you one more time, perhaps for the last time, that you are still under oath.
And, Your Honor, I spent that time to figure out I don't have any additional questions of Mr. Grant, and so I would like to put on the record that I saved everyone 10 minutes of me fumbling around up here.
It shall be so noted in the record. Mr. Larson saved us 10 minutes. All right. Mr. Grant, I think you are all done then. Thank you very much. I always feel sorry for the first guy up. Person's up there the longest time has the longest time to go through everything. I'm gonna say, you got good at it. You got good at flipping through that stuff by the end of the day. So, no, you can step down. Thank you very much for this. Very helpful. Don't worry about that. That's next guy's problem. Okay. All right, Lita may call the next witness. All right, Mr. Reed-Harmel, can you raise your right hand for me? I swear affirm, tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury. Have a seat. Omar, go right ahead.
Ms. Reed-Harmel, will you please state your full name for the record? And your employer? And
Brianna Reed-Harmel. I work for the City of Loveland.
and what's your current title?
Broadband manager.
Current business address?
815 Southwest 14th, Suite B240, Loveland, Colorado 80537.
There's 2 black notebooks up there, one of which has exhibits 100 through 106 in it. Could you find that notebook? The numbers are on the cover in red.
Yes.
And could you turn to hearing exhibit 101?
Yes.
Can you identify what is hearing exhibit 101 revision 1?
This appears to be my direct testimony.
And do you have any corrections to make to your written direct testimony?
No, I do not.
We tender the witness for cross-examination.
All right, CenturyLink, go right ahead.
Your Honor, we're going to be really fast. Based upon what we've heard this morning from Mr. Grant, we're going to waive cross-examination of Ms. Reed-Harmel. And I apologize for having you come all this way. I truly thought I was going to examine you, but I think I have what I need.
Where's Mr. Grant at? I'd apologize to Mr. Grant. He's the one I'd apologize to. Yeah, I know. I got none for you either. So, you are, what an easy job. Don't sit next to Mr. Grant, though, whatever you do.
Sounds good, thank you.
Sit down. Don't worry about it. All right, Lita, one more time. Next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, Lita would call Kimberly Culp to the stand.
I told you, Mr. Grant, you'd sit there and you'd go, man, I've been up there all day, and everybody else up there 5 minutes. So, you raise your right hand for me. Swear affirm and tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury. All right, Mr. Lyson, go right ahead.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Kimberly Colt, C-U-L-P as in Paul.
And who's your employer, Ms. Colt?
Larimer Emergency Telephone Authority, and we will also use the acronym of LETA, L-E-T-A.
What's your title?
Chief Executive Officer.
What's your current business address?
4867 Venture Drive, Johnstown, Colorado, 80534.
All right, we're going to go through the same drill, just having you identify your direct testimony, that Exhibit 106.
I'm there.
All right, and did you have any corrections to that testimony that you needed to make?
I do not.
And you've already admitted all the exhibits, so I'm going to skip this. All right, let's move to hearing Exhibit 110. Your written rebuttal testimony. At this time, do you have any corrections to make to that rebuttal testimony?
I do not.
Your Honor, we will offer hearing Exhibit 110, which is we're going to offer, this time we're going to do the chronology, I think. 111, do you want to have that right now? Perfect. So, yeah, we're going to offer the chronology, Your Honor. That's at hearing Exhibit 111. It's under Colorado Rules of Civil Procedure, the Colorado Rules of Evidence, 1006, a summary of luminous records is authorized. And here you can step through sort of the factors that the court should look at.
Your Honor, I think I should be able to have my objection, raise my objection first.
Sure,
Yeah.
great.
Please go ahead.
Your Honor, may I approach you for a moment? I have a copy of the case.
Sure.
Your Honor, they're attempting to admit Exhibit 111 through Colorado Rules of Evidence 1006, which is summaries. And the purpose of Rule 106 is clear. First, there must be sufficiently voluminous evidence such that admitting the underlying evidence itself is convenient. Most importantly, the summary must summarize the information contained in the underlying documents accurately, correctly, and in a non-misleading manner. If there is any advocacy at all in the underlying document that is attempted to be admitted, the Colorado Supreme Court has found that document to be inadmissible. That is exactly what we have with Exhibit 111. First, every bit of the evidence that they are claiming is summarized is in evidence. This is their post-hearing brief in an exhibit form, or attempted to be. Second, again, this is an advocacy piece, embellished and annotated with their own conclusions and inferences. A couple of examples. You look at the entire document. It has bold and then not bold. And everything in bold is their inference, their advocacy, their conclusion. Every time. I could go through and spend 30 minutes discussing this. I'll point out 2 or 3 examples. On 2/6/2023, if you look at 111, excuse me, it specifically says my God.
Page 6.
It specifically says that, why am I missing my binder? One moment, Grant. No. Okay, I'm sorry, here it is. It specifically says on 2/6/23, ERPA notifies CenturyLink that the purple path will be moved to the Highway 34 route that is not diverse from the green path. We just heard Mr. Grant testify. He never informed anybody on 2/6 that this was going to lack diversity. And our people will absolutely say they had no idea of that concept. So again, that's advocacy. Document never mentions diversity. Didn't send it to a person that oversaw the contract, that can look at the contract to see what routes are involved. If you look at Christine Rangel's testimony, she specifically says in her testimony, if someone had told me that this was diverse, I would have acted differently. One example. Next, let's look at July 23, 2024. It says, CenturyLink is reminded the purple path was moved to the non-diverse temporary path. We just saw council go through this particular exhibit with Mr. Grant. And if you look at the bottom, it says, it describes this email, and it says the CenturyLink individuals on this email string were Tim Kunkelman. Well, the email that describes this is on page 8 to 9 of a 12-page email. Mr. Kunkelman, his first email's on page 1. He doesn't, so they're assuming he sees this long after. Another example, July 31, 2024. Get there. It says CenturyLink internally recognizes the top of page 14 of 17. CenturyLink internally recognizes only one open and lit 911 fiber. Then it says throughout the day, Christine Rangel and Colleen Bingaman back and forth in Teams chats, which are contemporaneous conclusive evidence there was only one open and lit fiber at the time. We heard Mr. Grant, he made some assumptions, but I can absolutely tell you what Ms. Rangel and Ms. Bingaman were talking about was there was a fiber that they wanted to use to connect to the new path that was being established on 731. And it had already been used by National Level 3. So it wasn't available, so they had to go to a different path. But the first path that went through Drake and Glenhaven was already lit. So they are using their inferences and argument and assumptions to put this argument in place, saying there was only one lit fiber. A summary is never supposed to be an advocacy piece. It's supposed to be something someone can look at and see facts. And only when those facts are so voluminous, you can introduce them in evidence. And every single one of these things are in evidence. So, Your Honor, we respectfully request that 111 not be admitted into evidence. They want to use this for argument and a post-hearing brief, of course. Okay. Larson, you taking it?
Well, I'll just start by saying, as a practical matter, I'm not sure exactly what we're arguing about, because Your Honor can give whatever weight he wants to give this exhibit. The point of this exhibit was simply to direct everyone through hundreds of exhibits, thousands of pages of documents that we received from CenturyLink to create a chronology. And that's exactly what the exhibit does. All that we just heard from Mr. Steese, that all the exhibits are in the record. And so whether Your Honor allows it as part of a statement of position or as evidence, I don't really see that it's going to change or make any difference with respect to how Your Honor looks at the evidence. So, I think the back end of it, we're looking at the Colorado Rules of Evidence, but the rules of evidence by the Commission are different than the Colorado Rules of Evidence. And Your Honor has a lot more leeway to admit evidence that says, I think I can see it right here in Rule 1501A, Commission may receive and consider evidence not admissible under the rules of evidence if the evidence possesses reliable probative value commonly accepted by reasonable and prudent persons. And I would disagree that this is inadmissible under the rule of evidence 1006 because all the underlying documents are admissible. We just heard that admitted. And the chronology is a summary based on documents produced by CenturyLink. So it is admissible under Rule 1006. As far as the argument goes, I heard arguments about, hey, we refer to it as a non-diverse temporary pass, so that's argumentative. That was one thing I heard. That is a fact that's admitted by CenturyLink in Mr. Kunkelman's answer testimony. So that's not in any way, shape, or form argument. That's what it is. It's not diverse. The segment between Glen Haven and Drake was collapsed into the same fiber cable. He admits it. So, I disagree that this is argumentative. It summarizes the exhibits, and Your Honor can give it whatever weight Your Honor chooses to afford it.
A lot of argument before I'm supposed to get argument. But one thing you guys didn't express to me is how this isn't cumulative. And I think what we've got here is something that's just cumulative. We already have this evidence in. I think there might be some things that Mr. pointed out that maybe phrased in one way, but I just don't see how it's not cumulative and how we don't already have this evidence. And so for that's a biggie for me. This is a big enough record already. It's a huge record already, and it may be helpful, maybe not. Mr. Larson, you said any evidence can be admitted that's probative. This isn't probative, cumulative, and for that reason, I'm not going to. It can be added as something you want to have, put it on for a statement of position. That's fine.
Great.
I don't have any problem that way. But I think it just needlessly adds more to this record. I don't think we.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So I think the scope is ready for CenturyLink.
Ronnie, you're going to be surprised, and I want to ask this again based on what Mr. Grant said. I don't think I have any questions, but I heard Your Honor ask some questions of Mr. Grant, and they came after my examination. I do not. So you're going to go. I got to say, listen, we get one bite at the apple. That's it. The time I open up that door, it never closes. Okay. You know what I was about to ask, and I respectfully hear what you're saying. But again, based upon what Mr. Grant said today, we are going to waive examination of Mr.
Okay, and that's fine. And I got to tell you what, I almost asked Mr. Grant another question, and I felt bad for him. So that's real close to it. But I only have like really one question for you. I got to say, in the testimony that came out, really kind of offbeat, I was just surprised. I believe it should be the first witness for CenturyLink, Mr. Trump. In his testimony, he stated that Ms. Oldemeyer came to the EOC meeting when everything's going wrong. Is that true?
Yes, Your Honor. She was at my building for another meeting we were having with our board chair, and I had to carve out time to have that meeting because it was a highly critical meeting during the fire, so that it was not fire related. And I asked her if she wanted to come down to the EOC meeting based on what we were talking about. So yes, she did come in and sit and observe what was going on.
Okay, and that's fine. It kind of surprised me. I mean, Ms. Oldemeyer's a very nice person, very bright person, but it surprised me in time of hectic, which I imagine is very hectic time there that was done. Do you have any redirect on that?
I don't have any redirect on that question, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Cope, look at that. Everyone, Mr. Grant is going to get really mad. Thank you for your testimony, too. Thank you very much.
One of the things that we'll alert PRPA, LEDA to is they have someone for. One other thing we'll alert PRPA to, LEDA to, is that they have someone from Estes coming tomorrow. We're not going to examine him either, so we don't want him to come unnecessarily, and so we will waive cross so that way if he is traveling down just for our examination. You can tell him he need not come unless His Honor has some questions on him.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, let me just, alert my advisors right now that if they have anything, I know personally,
Yes, that was the last person we had listed for any additional examination. And so we just wanted to alert you so he did not drive down unnecessarily.
yeah, and okay, yeah, he didn't need to come. So, yeah, please tell him, please thank him for his testimony, please thank him for his time. I personally and the commission thanks and appreciate that, doing that. But I don't want to waste any more time. Okay, it's your turn.
I'm finally getting used to these microphones, so there we go. CenturyLink will call Mr. Dan Troop to the stand.
All right, Mr. Troop, raise your right hand for me. You swear or affirm to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, on a foundation of perjury. All right, have a seat, and you sound like you have not a really loud voice like me. So that young lady over there is going to want you to amplify, not talk fast like I do. I give you all that.
Mr. Troop, bring that microphone right up to you. You can just pull her right up. There you go. Can you please state your full name?
That button there?
Daniel Troop.
And Mr. Troop, who is your employer?
CenturyLink or Lumen.
And what is your job with CenturyLink?
I am a construction manager, longer title. I'm a network implementation program manager.
And how long have you been working with CenturyLink?
As a contractor and now as an actual employee, roughly 7 to 8 years.
And in this case, did you have testimony prepared in this case? Written testimony?
Just everything we've been through.
And if you look at Exhibit 202, which is in a white binder right there, there's some tabs, and you can see one that says 202 about in the middle somewhere. Do you mind if I help there, Your Honor, for a moment?
Sure, go ahead.
Do you recognize this as the testimony that you prepared in this case?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to this testimony?
No.
We tender Mr. Troop for cross-examination.
Great.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello.
Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay. Mr. Troop, on page 5 of your answer testimony, and you don't need to necessarily look at it, but big picture-wise, you described the job positions you've had with CenturyLink from 2018 to the present. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I just want to clarify, in the course of the duties that you perform for CenturyLink, you do have responsibility for 911, correct?
Everywhere I am, the responsibility.
You make sure community members can call 911 and request assistance.
Yes,
And between 2018 and 2022, you were the CenturyLink engineer in northern Colorado.
correct.
That territory included the Estes Valley.
Yes,
When you attended the Emergency Operations Center meetings that you described in your testimony, you brought with you your personal knowledge from your involvement during the Cameron Peak Fire of 2020, correct?
correct.
And you knew that the town of Estes Park had been evacuated during that fire.
Yes,
You also brought with you to the Emergency Operations Center meetings your historical knowledge that the Estes Valley had been isolated during the 2013 floods, correct?
yes,
And so when you reported on July 29th, 2024 to the Emergency Operations Center, you wanted to make sure that the Estes Valley was not isolated again, like during the floods of 2013.
correct.
And by isolated, you mean citizens are unable to call 911 for help,
Yes,
and that citizens may not be able to receive via phone notices to evacuate.
that's correct.
And your concern when you reported to the Emergency Operations Center on day one of the fire was that the Estes Valley would be isolated again.
That was my fear.
And what you immediately thought of, based on all that you had experienced in the past, was potentially a path through the Adams Tunnel. Is that correct?
Yes, I was aware of it.
And during the Cameron Peak Fire in 2020, you, as an engineer for CenturyLink, worked toward establishing a connection for 911 call traffic from Estes Park through the Adams Tunnel to Granby, correct?
That is correct.
And that connection that you worked on was using WAPA fiber.
From what I remember, yes.
And from what you remember, those efforts were successful.
I don't think it ever went live, to be honest with you.
I'm going to approach Your Honor with Exhibit 117. This is portions of Mr. Troop's deposition used to refresh his memory and or impeach.
Sure. Thanks so much.
If you could please turn to in this Exhibit 117, page 19. In the upper right-hand corner. Give me just a second, Mr. Troop, I apologize. If you could turn to page 18. And on page 18, lines 14 through 16, could you read that yourself out loud? And let me know when you've had a chance to read it.
Okay.
Okay. In your deposition, where you asked the question, were you successful in establishing the connection during the Cameron Peak Fire of 2020 through Adams Tunnel? You were asked that question, weren't you?
I was.
And your answer was, as far as I remember, it was successful.
Correct.
And the very outset of your involvement, day one of the fire, you brought up the Adams Tunnel as a potential path to Christine Rangel to CenturyLink's manager, region operations. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Again, the purpose of that communication is to problem solve, make sure Estes Park is not isolated again.
Correct.
And did Christine Rangel tell you that WAPA fiber through the Adams Ton was not usable?
Yes.
And if you turn in your testimony to the attachment DT1, I believe is confidential. Just let me know when you've found DT1. And I want to go specifically to page 5.
We're out in the book, is it about?
Your Honor, may I approach this?
Sure, absolutely.
This one right here.
Mind if I get close to you?
You want my glasses real quick?
I don't want to get too close without your permission.
It's gonna be 202.
Their numbers, if you could turn to page 5. Are you there, sir?
Yes.
So on Monday, I'm in the top portion of page 5. On Monday, July 29th, 2024, at approximately 3:09 p.m., did Christine Rangel send an email in response to an email string that included you, correct?
Yes.
And an individual named Scott Kelly. Who's Scott Kelly?
Scott Kelly is, he would be a counterpart of mine, except for on the operations side of things. So in charge of like technicians and those orders.
Okay. And so he would work with Christine Rangel.
Correct. Yes.
And there's a couple of people from polyc.com. Can you just explain for the ALJ, what is polyc.com?
Poly is our main contractor for all construction, and they do some of our splicing as well, and they also contract out to other individuals for us.
Okay. And then Ryan Johnson. Again, who's Ryan Johnson?
Ryan Johnson is my direct boss.
And Brian Brown.
Brian Brown is a Northern Colorado engineering boss.
With CenturyLink?
Correct.
Same with Mr. Johnson there with CenturyLink?
Yes.
Mr. Calzolari, he's your counterpart in Northern Colorado in 2024. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then Jason Wilson, he was CenturyLink?
Yes, he is. He's an operations manager.
And then Andre Champagne, is he with CenturyLink?
He is. That's Christine's boss.
Okay, Ms. Rangel's boss.
Correct.
Kenneth Miller. Who's Kenneth Miller?
He's also an engineering manager, but for the Denver area.
Okay. And in the second paragraph where she responds to you, is she explaining the lengthy process to secure equipment if the Adams Tunnel is actually going to be attempted to be used?
Yes, that's what we were talking about.
And fast forward 6 days later, by August 3rd, 2024 in the evening, your initial thought was right on. The Adams Tunnel path was up, right?
Yes.
And that path was up for 911 purposes, correct?
Yes.
You could turn to the prior page, page 4. Did Ms. Rangel share with you and all those others within CenturyLink and at Poly her concern that Estes Park and Allens Park were at risk of isolation? And then if you could go to page 2 of that exhibit, DT1 at page 2, very bottom, there's an individual named Sarah Williams who sends a PowerPoint drawing that reflects both paths into Estes Park. Do you see that at the bottom of page 2?
I do.
And you actually received that PowerPoint drawing at the time? Do you remember?
I was looking to see if I'm on here. Yes.
And then up above, Christina Rangel replies to Sarah Williams. Well, first of all, who is Sarah Williams?
You know, I'm not too sure of her title itself, but I think she helps build our circuits.
Is she in inner office planning?
Correct.
That would be central office to central office.
Yes.
Okay. And did Christine Rangel on the top portion of page 2 reply, Sarah, I apologize, I had forgotten that you built another path.
I do.
What did that mean to you? You know what they were talking about?
Not necessarily, just based on the records I could look at. The two paths that I was seeing were incorrect.
You're referring to, if you flip that exhibit over, you're referring to DT-2, which is a confidential exhibit, but if you could pull up, please, direct testimony exhibit 106, the public. Oh no, I think that's also redacted. Never mind. If you could just look at DT2, sir. It's a one-page exhibit that is a map.
In this one?
No.
The next tab.
Oh, got it.
It's a one-page map, correct?
Yes.
When you just mentioned the map that was incorrect with tooth paths, were you referring to the map that's depicted in DT-2?
Yes, I saw it differently than what it's supposed to actually show.
Okay. And just for the record, on DT-2, the Pole Hill path is colored purple, correct?
Correct.
You know who colored that purple?
I do not.
And then the 2443 path on DT2, that's colored green, correct?
Yes.
Does DT2 reflect a CenturyLink record?
Yes.
I just want to back up and talk a little bit more about the assistance you provided during the fire. You showed up, been asked to be the representative for CenturyLink in those meetings, right?
Yes.
Did so for at least a week, right?
Pretty close.
And thereafter, in fulfillment of your duties, you would take situation reports that the EOC created and circulate them among CenturyLink need-to-know people.
That's correct.
And you would convey anything you learned during the EOC meetings as well to those need-to-know people.
That's correct.
And the need-to-know internal group at CenturyLink included your boss, Ryan Johnson, correct?
Yes.
And then Brian Brown, who you've talked about being an engineering boss, right?
Yes.
And then the operations people, I think you listed Tina Rangel and Andre Champagne, right?
That's correct.
And then Jason Wilson, who's in operations overseeing the technicians, right?
That is correct.
And Tim Kunkelman was in that need-to-know group, correct?
That's correct.
And then Scott Kelly as well.
Yes.
You also described internal meetings that you were having just with CenturyLink folks outside of those EOC meetings, correct?
Yes.
Those meetings included Sarah Williams from Planning.
Correct.
And Christine Rangel.
Yes.
And Andre Champagne.
Hit and miss with Andre.
And during the fire, you spoke with Tim Kunkelman by phone and updated him about the fire coming down towards Highway 34.
That's correct.
And based on your answer testimony, you understood that your presence in the EOC meetings was in part to also answer questions that folks in that room or attending remotely might have had, right?
Yes,
And a few days after you first reported, Mr. Calzolari, your counterpart from Northern Colorado, also joined you at those meetings, correct?
that is correct.
From day one, that Alexander Mountain Fire appeared to threaten the telecommunications facilities between Loveland and Drake, correct?
Yes,
And those telecommunications facilities carried 911 traffic in CenturyLink's network, correct?
that is correct.
And as you were there and understood it, you believe the only geographic path for 911 traffic between Loveland and Drake was along that Highway 34, County Road 43 path.
That was my belief, yes.
And your belief is based in part on what you personally viewed that day in CenturyLink's network design system, correct?
That is correct.
And it also goes by the acronym NDS.
Yes,
NDS is CenturyLink's mapping database.
that's correct.
And other CenturyLink representatives with whom you interacted had access to other CenturyLink databases and information, but you had access to NDS.
That is correct.
And when you interacted with other CenturyLink folks on that day one of the fire, obviously we looked at, you weren't alone with your concern about isolation of the Estes, were you?
No,
Your impression was that all of the CenturyLink representatives that you interacted with on July 29th, 2024, shared a collective concern about the Estes Valley being isolated again, right?
Objection foundation as to all the people that he was communicating with about this particular subject should lay some foundation.
I asked him about his impression.
Yeah, I can say, what was your impression that there wasn't anybody who wasn't concerned about
oh, with it being 911, I think that creates a concern for everyone.
And so, did any CenturyLink representative with whom you were interacting in that need-to-know group say anything like, hey, we leased 2 fiber paths from PRPA in the Estes Valley. Where's the other one? Did anybody ask that question?
I was not aware of that from day one.
NDS, what you looked into to get your information, you put a lot of confidence in NDS being correct, don't you?
I do.
And what you see when you access NDS generally are CenturyLink's main lines in a given area for connectivity, correct?
That is correct.
They're color-coded. Blue equals active, red means that's being replaced, green means that it's being removed.
That's correct.
And you can actually click on any given line and get a line count of that cable, whether it's a fiber, copper, whether it's a fiber cable with 144 strands, etc.
Yes.
So armed with that NDS information, you went to an EOC meeting, and I think in your testimony you said you weren't sure if it was on the 29th or 30th, but you conveyed the information that you learned from NDS to everybody in that EOC room, right?
That is correct.
And again, that was part of your effort to be a problem solver, given the problem presented.
Correct.
And that was a shared goal of everybody in that room, right?
Yes.
And it wasn't just Leah in that room.
No.
And in your testimony, you described telling the EOC meeting members that you saw in CenturyLink's NDS system that CenturyLink facilities went Loveland to Drake and then split in 2 routes at Drake.
That's correct.
One went up Highway 34 to Estes Park, correct?
Yes.
The other one you saw in NDS went on County Road 43 to Glen Haven,
That's correct.
then on to Estes Park.
Correct.
For ease, I'm going to hand you, outside of a notebook, if it's okay with council, CDK 08. Is also confidential, got a schematic.
Your Honor, I have a question. The procedural order Your Honor sent said all exhibits that counsel was going to use at hearing would have to be submitted through box.com in advance of their use in the hearing. That is specifically what it said. And what now we're getting is some exhibits that they're attempting to use that were not identified in evidence or put into box.com in any way. And so I don't think that, given Your Honor's own order, that they should be able to use exhibits that weren't specifically identified in advance and submitted through box.com, because that's what Your Honor required.
I'm going to ask Ms. Odemeyer real quickly. I understood when you said that this was something to make it easier for him.
No, this is part of Hearing Exhibit 200, Attachment TDK-8, which has been received into evidence, and it's not a new or different.
That's the way I understood it.
Okay, I misheard then. I apologize.
I would have interrupted you, but you're kind of on a roll.
There you go.
Yeah. Yep, if you have a nice one, sure. Easier for me, too.
And on that exhibit, if you could please turn to page 4. That's a schematic, right? That's not what you see in NDS, is it?
No, this is just a drawing PowerPoint, I'm assuming.
Okay. And I want to use that to explain what you saw in NDS. Does that schematic show actually CenturyLink owned fiber going from Drake to Estes Park?
Just in spots.
Okay. Some of that infrastructure was washed out in the 2013 floods, correct?
Correct.
And so what you saw in NDS with respect to connection between Drake and Estes Park along Highway 34, that in fact had been washed out during the 2013 floods.
Yes, however, I thought some of that had been replaced because it showed active in the system, NDS.
So NDS was inaccurate.
Correct.
And then with respect to what you saw from Drake on County Road 43 to Glen Haven, that showed CenturyLink owned fiber in that area, correct?
It does. It doesn't list it as PRPA.
Okay. And in NDS, was CenturyLink owned fiber along County Road 43 also washed out in the 2013 floods?
Correct.
And so, once again, that section in NDS that you looked at hadn't been updated to reflect post-2013 circumstances.
That's correct. However, we were supposed to have a path going up Highway 43, and somehow the duct structure got damaged before we could place our fiber. So it was my understanding that every other handhole, I believe, is ours for splicing, things like that, which is why it made sense for it to be in our records.
Okay. So you're telling me in 2024 you knew that between Drake and Glen Haven, they were connected somehow with fiber. You just didn't know whose fiber it was.
I still believed it was our fiber, but every other handhole was ours.
Okay. You thought what you were seeing in NDS was correct in 2024, correct?
Yes.
And you describe what, when you announced what you saw in NDS to the EOC meeting, you described it as an uproar as a result of the information you conveyed, correct?
Yes.
Was it your takeaway that all of the folks in the EOC meeting were also trying to figure out whether Estes Valley would be isolated?
Yes.
And they were processing the fact that you were telling them that CenturyLink's NDS records were inaccurate.
Can you say that again?
Sure. It might sound different, though.
Okay.
Because I can't remember exactly what I said 2 minutes. But those in the room, where you told them what you saw in NDS, did those in the room have a different understanding of what the infrastructure was?
I believe so.
And so those people were processing what they believed to be true and what you were relaying as in CenturyLink's records. They felt what you were conveying was inaccurate.
Correct. And yes, at the time, I'm a little surprised that no one showed us a map or anything of the actual infrastructure that we leased from them. So, I mean, that was a collective meeting with all players involved, so.
And you're telling me CenturyLink didn't possess a map of all of its leased fiber?
I do not have that.
The DT-2, that one-page map we looked at.
That, again, is a drawing not in my record system that I look at.
So announcement number 2 that you did during that EOC meeting that you described in your answer testimony, you told that room that you did not see in Central NDS systems any facilities on Pole Hill.
That's correct.
And you described this statement appeared to cause even more commotion in the room.
Correct.
In that moment, did you believe CenturyLink's NDS would show all facilities, both leased and owned?
That would be my hope.
And obviously from the commotion from the folks in that EOC meeting, they believed there was a route for 911 on Pole Hill, correct?
Correct.
And so did you go back to your CenturyLink folks in that need-to-know group, Sarah Williams, Christine Rangel, Andre Champagne, Tim Kunkelman, and ask for clarification, giving you were in that EOC meeting and you needed to know what was going on?
We did. Or I did, finally got more clarification on the Pole Hill route.
And when you received DT-2 from Christine Rangel, you thought it was inaccurate, didn't you?
I did.
And you showed this to others in the EOC meeting on July 31st, including Lita, correct?
Yes.
And you let Lita take a picture of it, correct?
Yes.
And your handwriting is on it in parts, right?
Yes.
And you wrote the word verified in relation to the Highway 34 County Road 43 path, correct?
Yes.
And from what you were hearing at the time you wrote those words, that was the only verified path for 911.
In my thought, yes.
You describe a CenturyLink internal call on page 9 of your testimony, page 9, lines 5 through 9, and I just wanted to know if you remember when was that call. So it would be, Mr. Troop, in the notebook, hearing exhibit 202C, page 9.
You get it? I'm working on it.
No. You can.
Okay.
All right, on page 9, lines 5 through 9. It's lines 10 through 12. In a call I had with Tim Kunkelman. When was that call?
To be honest with you, I'm not sure exactly. I know Tim was on vacation. I was trying to keep him up to speed on where things were, and that's when I got more information from Tim.
And I'm sorry to jump around on you. I want to go back to that handwritten note on DT2, the map, that says verified. I just want to make sure I understand correctly, you personally didn't verify that 911 was on that 3443 path, did you?
I have no way of doing that.
So someone within CenturyLink told you that they had verified it?
No. So what I was depicting in that is I physically have seen the cable from being out in the field, construction manager, engineer for the field. I've seen the cable placed, so I know it's there physically.
Okay, and that's all that notation meant?
Correct.
Not that there was actually 911 call traffic that someone using a monitoring system had verified?
Correct. I'm just saying physically I've seen it, so I can verify it.
In your testimony, I'm on page 9 again, and I don't know if you're still there.
I kept it.
Okay. Smart man. On pages 13 through 15, you say Gary Calzolari and I approached Kimberly Culp and told her we had been wrong and that there was a second path along Pole Hill. When did you tell her that?
Oh, honestly, I don't have a date, but during the Alexander Mountain fire.
And you were asked questions about Lita, or excuse me, you weren't. Ms. Culp was asked questions, but in your testimony, you talk about Lita brought an attorney to the EOC meeting. Remember that?
Yes.
And you alerted others within CenturyLink that Lita had brought a lawyer into the situation, correct?
Correct.
And you found that weird.
I did.
And was the Lita attorney present the same day PRPA was coordinating with its customers to move customers from 3443 to Pole Hill out of the harm's way?
I don't believe so.
What day do you think it was?
I think it was day 2 or 3.
Same day that Lita's attorney was present, did you text Christine Rangel and tell her Lita's got an attorney here?
I did.
Let's see if I can refresh your memory using hearing exhibit 201C, attachment CRR20.
Sure. Thank you. I was just reading. Looks like July 31st. Correct. I am not sure about that. I don't remember. Sorry.
And in your answer testimony, you described certain events with, well, let me rephrase my question a different way. On a particular day, do you remember Kimberly Culp being on calls and checking systems and panic in the room, hoping everything came up correctly?
Yes.
And was that activity related to moving traffic over to Pole Hill, as you understood it?
I believe so.
And in that meeting, Christine Rangel was on a speaker for all in the room to hear, including you, correct?
Yes,
And she and the NOC were communicating, correct?
I believe so.
And you recall from that day that CenturyLink had CenturyLink technicians in town hall, correct?
I believe we had that as well.
And based on what you heard over the speaker, PRPA and CenturyLink technicians were working to solve a problem.
Correct.
And in fact, during that problem solving, you tried to help by sending to Christine Rangel a communication from October of 2022 to see if it had anything to do with the connections they were working on.
That is correct.
And that communication from October of 2022 had to do with the Estes Park fiber ring.
I believe so.
And do you remember that the CenturyLink side of things to get it over on to pass traffic on Pole Hill did take longer than the other systems?
Yes,
And you quit attending, in your answer testimony, you say you quit attending the EOC meetings in person because you felt you weren't being treated as if, you were being treated as if CenturyLink did something wrong. Is that your testimony?
correct.
And so at some point in time you quit attending in person, but you continued to participate remotely, didn't you?
I did. I still cared.
And others attended remotely too, correct?
Yes,
And do you recall Tim Kunkelman attending any of those EOC meetings remotely?
that's correct.
And did he attend on August 1st, to your knowledge?
I'm not sure about that.
We'll strike that. In the time frame of the Alexander Mountain fire, when it ended kind of in mid-August 2024, everybody's trying to recover from that very stressful experience. Were you asked by CenturyLink to preserve any records?
Not that I remember.
Asked to preserve your team chats or your texts?
I don't remember the exact date that that occurred.
I want to ask you specifically about that Loveland to Drake area.
Okay.
There's some confusion about CenturyLink-owned facilities and PRPA-owned facilities in that particular section, Loveland to Drake. As you sit here today, are you aware there were both CenturyLink-owned facilities and PRPA-owned facilities in that segment?
I thought we were the only ones, to be honest with you, outside of the city of Loveland that I saw hanging fiber maybe a year or so ago.
And based on your experience and all you learned about the fire, you thought CenturyLink cable that was attached to one or two of the city of Loveland poles had the poles that had burned.
Yes.
I have no further questions.
All right. Mr. Troop, I just got a couple. First, you know Mr. Grant?
I see him now. I think we've met maybe once or twice in maybe an EOC meeting.
You didn't know him prior to, did you know him prior to the Alexander Mountain fire?
Just through email, hearing his name during Cameron Peak fire.
The other thing, my understanding, I don't know if it's your testimony or someone else's, but this NDS system, that only has the fiber that CenturyLink owns, correct?
Correct.
And so that, at least my understanding is that is why you didn't see it initially having the PRPA one, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Why, I mean, seriously, why doesn't CenturyLink have that on there?
I wish I knew, but I believe it's somebody else's fiber and they don't want us, I guess, knowing how their fiber runs. I'm not too sure about that.
But the NDS system is CenturyLink system,
Correct.
and CenturyLink is the only one that has access to it, correct?
Correct.
So why would you be worried about someone else knowing about it if you had, this is CenturyLink, this is PRPA? Why would that be a problem?
I don't think that the two companies, two different entities share that kind of information.
Well, you would know that you have that line. You'd know that you're leasing from PRPA. CenturyLink would know that, correct?
It would be nice for it to make its way down.
For some reason, it doesn't.
Correct.
And so, again, from my reading testimony, when you get out there for the EOC meeting, basically get there and say information that's incorrect.
Yes.
And who told you eventually that you were incorrect?
During some meetings, Tim Kunkelman told me that we had to lease fiber going up Pole Hill that we got from PRPA. So, yeah, initially fire's going, and I'm giving somewhat of some wrong information. One of the routes, yes, was impacted, and ours, where I thought it split and became diverse, was not correct.
And when you talked to Mr. Kunkelman, did he know anything about his conversation with you about the moving of the other line?
That never came up.
Okay. Let me ask you another thing, and I don't know if you're the right witness to ask this to, but I'm gonna start with you, and maybe someone will answer it. So you didn't know that there's two different paths. Is that correct?
I thought we had two paths, but where we became diverse versus Pole Hill, according to our records, was inaccurate.
You know, if you had these two paths, were both of them active all the time? What I mean is if I call 911, would there be a chance that I'm on what we'll call the purple line or the green line? Who knows? It could be in either one. Are they both active, or is only one of them in place unless the first one goes down?
So that's kind of the way I understand it. You have the one circuit lit up. Well, they're both lit up. If one of them goes down, it'll flip either way and set off an alarm. It's the way I understand it.
So, you know which one is a prime? Is there one that's primary?
I'm not sure about that, to be honest with you.
So, if, say the one gets moved, doesn't work anymore, okay? Somebody stepped on it, somebody ran it over the car. If only one of them is going and it never breaks down, you know that the other one is not working anymore.
I'm not sure.
Not sure? Okay. Others might get asked that question.
Yes.
But it's one I was wondering. I think that's all I have. Service redirect, how long are you gonna be? Oh, okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Troop.
Hello.
All right, let's do this chronologically here for a moment.
Okay.
Start with the Cameron Peak Fire. Cameron Peak Fire is 2020, correct?
Yes.
And you gave testimony that basically said, I'm not sure Adams Tunnel worked or not for the Cameron Peak Fire, correct?
That is correct.
So let's turn to the exhibit that council handed you, which is Exhibit 200, tab 8. So it's one of those handouts she gave to you, which is
With the emails.
yes, sir.
Go to this one, yeah.
And the top email is from January 9, 2025. Do you see that?
What page?
I just make sure you have the exhibit
Oh.
correct first. Do you have the right one in your hands?
Yes.
And if you turn to page 10 of 13, are you there? This is an email from you, December 3, 2021, to Miss Shelley Bergstrom. Are you there at the bottom?
Yes.
So then you say, hi, Shelley, when it goes down, we have 0 backup for Estes Park, so it would be OOS for this work. Just so you are aware, we did work on a diverse path from Granby to Estes for the Cameron Peak fire, and the splices would not support the ROTM. I believe Tim Kunkelman was working with WAPA to get them to permanently lease us the fibers and allow us to do our own splicing, but I'm not sure where that was left off. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, let's break this into 2 parts. Sentence 1, I guess it's sentence 2. You say the splices would not support the ROTM. What does that mean?
That means that basically our equipment, and I think Mr. Grant talked about testing on both sides of the fiber. When it was tested on both sides, there were too many reflections that it wouldn't support our system.
So in other words, it mentions here Granby to Estes. That means the Adams Tunnel, correct?
That's correct.
So in December of 2021, you recognized that the Adams Tunnel would not work to support calling because the fiber was not adequate to support CenturyLink system. You knew that, right?
Yes.
And then the next sentence says, Tim Kunkelman was working with WAPA to get them to permanently lease fibers, but you're not sure where that was left off, right?
That's correct.
Now fast forward to the Alexander Mountain fire. Are you with me in time?
Yes.
Are you wondering, did they get those fibers fixed? Maybe it'll work.
Correct.
And what were you told by Miss Rangel?
That it didn't work.
Now let's back up a step, because you were asked by counsel. Well, just a few days later, it worked. You remember her asking you that?
Yes.
Okay. So now let's reflect on that. When you have a fiber that goes from point A to point B, are you with me?
Yes.
Do those fibers just carry 911?
No.
What other kinds of things can they carry?
Residential calling, internet, dedicated circuits, all sorts of different stuff.
100 gig Ethernet pipes.
Correct.
And so when you're looking at using a fiber as a diverse route between point A and point B, you want to make sure that diverse fiber works for everything.
That's correct.
And so just because in the middle of a fire, in the middle of a disaster, CenturyLink could put voice 911 traffic on a circuit, does that necessarily mean it could work for 100 gig Ethernet service, residential service, internet, etc.?
No.
And so let's assume following, that you need a diverse path. So you need geodiverse paths between Loveland and Estes. Do you know, as you sit here today, whether the Adams Tunnel could ever be a diverse path? Because you need to put 911 data, Ethernet, everything on it. Would it work? You know.
If we were able to fix splices and do our own testing, I believe we could make it work.
So if WAPA would let us come in and work on their fiber.
Correct.
But until that happens, would it work?
No.
All right, now let's go to the middle of the fire. July 29 to early August. Are you with me?
Yes, sir.
All right. At the beginning, you look in the system. You see one path between Loveland and Drake, correct?
Correct.
And so you're concerned that Asbestos might be isolated, right?
That's correct.
Fires in that area, right?
Yes,
So you tell people, I'm concerned, right?
that is correct.
Told Ms. Rangel, I'm concerned, right?
Absolutely.
And everyone wanted to make sure asbestos wasn't isolated, right?
Yes.
Now, you said in your, you were asked in your correct that you started hearing from Ms. Williams. Ms. Williams is in planning, CenturyLink, right? Sarah Williams.
Correct.
And Sarah Williams, I think I heard you say, is one of the people responsible for making sure our routes are built. Words to that effect, right?
Yes.
So she's the person that has a macro view. Let me look down and see what we actually have.
Correct.
She sent you the map, shows diversity. Fair?
Yes,
And you thought it was wrong.
I did.
And then you later learned from Mr. Kunkelman, nope, that's right.
Correct.
And so, admittedly, some confusion in the middle of these EE meetings, but you eventually did come to Ms. Culp and others and say, look, I was.
Correct.
So let's go back to the EOC meeting. You say only one path between Drake and Loveland. You only have one path.
That's correct.
Was PRPA participating in those EOC meetings?
They did have representatives, I saw.
Did PRPA come and say, wait, we released two different segments to you? They ever say anything like that?
Not to me.
PRPA have cleared everything up by just coming up to you and say you might not be aware of some leaks.
Yes.
They ever do that?
No.
I don't have any more questions. Group, thank you very much. Thanks for your
Thank you,
testimony.
sir.
You may step down. Ask parties right now, I guess we have Mr. Kunkelman in 2 days. Do we want to start him today, or do we want to just wait till tomorrow?
Your Honor, I am trainable.
Yeah, thank you for figuring that out. I will know that later.
I think we would like to start tomorrow if you're willing. I believe then there would be only two witnesses left, essentially, and that would be Mr. Kunkelman and Ms. Rangel.
Your Honor, we have no objection, so long as we're going to finish tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine that we would not finish tomorrow. That's why I bring it that way. I mean, I wouldn't want to go, I would take a break right now, and we do maybe 45 minutes to Mr. Kunkel, and then Mr. Kunkelman come back, but, so.
The only reason, if I can interject, I'm sorry for the interruption. They say they have like 3.5 hours with Mr. Kunkelman, and then an hour and a half with Ms. Rangel, and you're already then, at 5. And normally you get 6 hours in a hearing day, and depending on the length, that could put us at risk. And so I just want to make sure we're going to finish.
We're going to finish tomorrow.
Yeah.
If we're that close, we'll finish. I mean, if we have to be here till 6 o'clock, we'll be here till 6 o'clock.
Fair enough.
So,
that's good. Thank you.
We'll take a shorter break or do whatever, but.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure.
Let's be in recess then until tomorrow morning. If I'm late, it's because my son has jury duty and I have to drop him off at the courthouse tomorrow. So we'll see what happens there.
You're just making sure he fulfills his civic duty. Exactly.
Yes, it's first jury duty, so he's excited about that. So I don't know. He's here's the sad thing. He's got jury duty and he says, they won't take me. And I go, why take you? Why do you think that? He's 24, and I'm thinking he's thinking, well, because I'm a judge and whatever. He goes, well, I was in mock trial. I'm not going to do that. So if you're watching, Nicholas, it's goofy. He's at mock trial, so they won't take him. Well,
So, Your Honor, can we leave anything in the room?
huh?
Can we leave some exhibits in the room?
I think. I mean, as far as in the olden days, we used to do that. We'll lock it up and. Yeah, if it's gone. But yeah, no. Yeah, my son will watch this later and get mad at me.